And where am I? Yep, we are good. 2 and 3 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Now, fair warning, my internet's been acting a little flaky this over the last few days, so hopefully things behave properly tonight. That being said, hello everyone, and yeah, next set is next. Tonight we get to Fifth Dawn. Fifth Dawn kind of took things for, well, kind of took the last couple of sets and stood it on its head, because the previous couple of sets we had Mirrodin and we had Darksteel. And Mirrodin was based around like the set, or I should say the setting for Mirrodin. Stuff is in the way. The setting for Mirrodin was very much based around an artificial plane. And Darksteel continued on that storyline. And because Mirrodin and Darksteel were so artificially based, we were looking at, you know, stuff based on, well, artifacts. Very heavily so. I do believe somewhere around, somewhere in the ballpark of 40% of each set was artifacts. And then Fifth Dawn turns around and says, cool, let's go the complete opposite direction. Those of you that have seen some of my stream and have seen or were playing at the relevant time, and remember how Torment was so heavily geared towards black, and then Judgment was heavily geared towards white-green, which, you know, opposed each other on the color wheel. Like white and green oppose black. Anyone that that's aware of that, and as a result, they made Judgment white-green heavy to the same level so that everything would eventually balance out. Yeah, Fifth Dawn kind of went a little multicolor heavy, not in terms of multicolor per se, but wanting people to play multiple colors to compensate for the fact that Mirrodin and Darksteel were so, well, if you want to think about it this way, colorless heavy. And so a lot of the stuff that you'll see in Fifth Dawn wants you to actually play more than one color, and potentially even 5 color. And so that's what happens here. And so the stuff we're going to be looking at, you know, in a normal set might be like, oh, that's cute. And in the case of Fifth Dawn, is like it started off in the, you know, run minimal color direction to run as many colors as you can direction. Although not everything made it, no, not everything was that obvious. And wait a sec. Oh, no, okay, yep. Yeah, so a lot of the cards that we're going to see here in the first few I'll say the first few pages won't be as obviously such. But when we start hitting the more multicolor oriented cards, because right now I'm looking at stuff that's got a white color identity and is white. And a lot of the cards were, well, if I just go color equal white, we have 19 cards so far. We add on a 20th, at which point you start seeing cards like Bringer of the White Dawn. But we'll start off with the stuff that's specifically monocolor oriented. We'll start off with those. And then we'll see what else comes up. So we'll start off with Vanquish. Which is not a terrible card. You know, 1 white, 2 other, destroy target blocking creature. And if you play with cards that have trample, like, okay, cool, you're blocking with that. Alright, I'll kill it. And since I have trample, the way trample works is whatever is, you block with. Anything that's more than the amount of damage that the blocking creatures can absorb carries over to the opposing, carries over the defending player or planeswalker or whatever else is being attacked. But if the defending creature is removed, then that's not part of the calculation for how much trample damage carries over. Because that's now, instead of being blocked by like a 3-5, that 5 points isn't taken into consideration anymore. So this ends up really interesting in terms of, when you're dealing with stuff that have got trample, for example. That rhymed. So if you have enough stuff in your deck that has trample, and you're just looking for a spot removal spell to get rid of an additional blocker, that is not going to give your opponent some kind of compensation. Vanquish is a good starting point. It does only work when you're attacking, but if you've got a bunch of stuff that's got trample or multiple ways to give your stuff trample, you're probably expecting to attack. So, not an unreasonable card. Loxodon Stalwart. Again, this is the kind of card that, because of the kind of ability this has, where it's got, pay white, increases toughness by a point till end of turn. I like that. Long ago, the Auriok attempted peace with the Loxodons. The Leonin attempted war. Neither succeeded. Wait, the Leonin attempted war? The Auriok... Oh. No, the Auriok were... Hold on. I am confused now. Where are you? Auriok... Okay. Aurioks are a group of humans. Okay. I can do that, I think. Anyway, but yeah, so anytime I see an ability like this, my first impression is throwing this into like a toughness matters stack of some sort. This is probably more likely to actually want to go into a deck like that because it does have vigilance. And so, its defensive ability, so to speak, can be used when attacking or defending because, you know, it has the ability to do both now. And so something like this I'm a little bit more interested in than some similar cards that we've seen in the past. That doesn't necessarily mean the other ones are necessarily bad per se, but if you're looking for stuff to like you're constantly looking for what is the better option for the kind of deck that I'm building, for the kind of constraints that I'm putting it under. Because let's be honest, there's always a constraint. For somebody like me, it may be a thematic constraint. My Gendry Animator deck has to have enough cards that start with A, that start with B, that start with C, etc. My Joven deck, every card has to be, printed at common. My Thada Adele deck has to feel like it's a green deck rather than a blue deck, so on and so forth. So there's always some kind of constraint. And if you're looking to play at a more competitive, if you're looking at something that wants to win, if you're specifically looking at from that focus, rather than looking at a constraint of something that's thematic or something of that nature, you're looking at the constraint of the most powerful version of that effect. So regardless of how you do it, there's going to be a constraint. And so I see Loxodon Stalwart as one of the better cards of this type. Because, suddenly now this has vigilance going along with it. You probably could have got, I think for 4 mana at that point, at uncommon, you could have got away with, like, in a previous set, you could have got away with, like, a 3/3 vigilance for 4 mana. Probably for 2 white and 2 other. And so now here's 5th Dawn. And now it's like, hey, by the way, now I've got a way to increase this creature's toughness while I'm at it. So, it's again, if you're putting it into a toughness matters stack, this is not an unreasonable card to start off with. And, it costs double weight, so that means you should be able to pump this by 2 points of toughness at least once a turn cycle. You should be able to do that at least twice a turn cycle. Probably because it's a 5-drop, probably even 3 times at least by then. I believe you can... Let me think here. Is Commander... toughness, rather. Okay. You can do it in mono white. You can do it in Azorius. So you can do it in mono white, you can do it in white blue. You can do it in white anything because of Rasad in Bashir having choose a background, meaning you can choose any available background, all of which are currently monocolored, as your second commander. But after that, you are looking at white and green plus either black or blue. But you can do it in mono white, which is interesting. And if you do it in mono white, well, then this is a 5-mana creature, so you're going to be able to pump this 5 times per turn cycle. Anyway, again, if you're playing a Toughness Matters deck, not an unreasonable card to put in. Loxodon Anchorite. Again, personal thing. I like it when there's some kind of balance between the cost and the size of the creature. When it comes to like certain ability, like doesn't always have to be true, but with a card like Loxodon Anchorite, I personally would have preferred it to be like a 1/4, or maybe even, if it was uncommon, maybe a 2/4. Or alternatively a 2/2. I probably could have wrapped my brain around that. That being said, 4 mana for 2/3 Elephant Cleric. Tap to prevent 2 damage to any target. Again, if you're looking for damage prevention, if you're playing that kind of game, I mean, I would like to see a deck probably with like Aurum as the general, and just see what a deck of nothing but damage prevention. Like all your creatures prevent damage, a bunch of your spells prevent damage, etc. See what a deck like that would end up playing like. It would be really difficult to actually get through for damage on that one. But I think that would be that feels like one of those deck ideas that's an interesting, what's the expression? An interesting thought experiment. See how it actually turns out, and see what you can actually do with it after that. Because anything that said back then says creature or player, again, I'll point this out regularly, has since been reworded to say any target, which includes card types that didn't exist when these cards were printed. Because those can now affect planeswalkers and battles. Planeswalkers, that was a thing because of the rules change between how you had to target planeswalkers initially. Because the rule, when planeswalkers came out, the rules basically said that if I'm throwing lightning bolt at your Jace, well, I have to target you, and then on resolution of the spell or ability, I have to redirect it to Jace. And so preventing the damage to you would stop it from being able to go to Jace. They eventually, after a few years, changed that to go, okay, well, no, you can just lightning bolt Jace now. Because the other thing is, that's how people commonly shortcut it. Was they would say, I'm going to bolt your Jace, which really meant I'm going to bolt you, and if it resolves, it's going to I'm going to redirect it to Jace. So yeah, but if you're but yeah, so damage prevention effects can affect stuff that they couldn't affect back then because they didn't exist yet. And the rules have changed, and the game pieces have changed. Anyway, um, yeah. So I think I think effects like this are going to be they're going to be more. They are more powerful now than they used to be. Is it good? Are they still good enough to see play? Probably not a deck of them, but probably some number would be okay. Stasis Cocoon. This has been power crept. What do you call it? Mana value 2. Um, okay. Petrify works. It's not the exact card I was thinking of, but Petrify works. Um, Player Disruption is the one I was thinking of, which must have recently rotated out. Probably rotated out. Oh, from OB1. Probably rotated out when Spider-Man came in. But yeah, Planar Disruption. Um, Enchant permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Petrify. Exact same card. It just can only hit artifact. Only hits artifacts or creatures. Planar Disruption can also hit planeswalkers. To be fair, I would run either, but Stasis Cocoon is like uh it tries to be considering the setting was Mirrodin, which was heavily artifact based. You knew there was going to be a high probability that what you would want to hit. Hey, Strictly! You knew what you would want to hit would likely want to be an artifact. And there's a possibility it could be a creature. Because artifact creatures are, have been a thing since day one. So, they worded it appropriately. I will point out, you throw this on artifact land, and suddenly the artifact land can no longer tap for mana. Because land tapping for mana is an activated ability. It's usually something that gets bypassed, because effects of this nature commonly say, unless they're mana abilities being the kind of abilities that generate mana. So those are usually okay. Stasis Cocoon don't care. Oh, it's an artifact land? Cool. You can't tap for mana now. Wait, what? Yeah, you don't generate mana now. Yeah, kind of, this is part of why stuff like, Karn, Karn the Great Creator. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry, saw a thing happen and I thought that meant my internet was acting up. Um, yeah, Karn the Great Creator plus Mycosynth. No, not Mycosynth. Yeah, Mycosynth Lattice? Yeah, Mycosynth Lattice. Okay, I do have the card name right. Uh, you know, putting those two together basically shuts down anyone from being able to generate mana at all. Mask of Riddles? I don't know. What is Mask of Riddles? Maybe you should ask the Riddler. Um, probably has to do with the first part. You know, a quick creature has fear. Black and, first of all, black and green are two very, very commonly played colors in Commander. And so fear saying can't be blocked except by artifact creatures or black creatures. I would assume that black and green combined probably make somewhere around 70, like probably somewhere around 75% of all decks that people actually play are black and or green. Um and so between that and artifact creatures, especially with how many artifact creatures are played even in a monocolor deck that have a color to them. Um, you know, it's pretty easy to have something that can block whatever Mask of Riddles is equipped to. So there are commonly easier ways to get that additional card. You know, also considering it has to compete against things like oh, what's it called? Name. What's the sword that? Yeah, it has to compete with things like Sword of Fire and Ice, which for roughly the same cost gives a size pump. Protection from red and blue is going to do a lot of the similar. Right, because it does so much. It's worth so much more because it does so much more. It gives a size boost. It gives protection, which also prevents against things like being targeted. Like, because fear only helps when you are blocking, or like if somebody else is trying to block you. Um, this helps against that and more. It's too good for me to want to use it. Yeah, yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Oh, that's a cool looking version. Um, if you're looking for equipment to draw, uh, Mask of... Is this one I'm thinking of? Yeah. If you're... If you just want to be able to draw more cards, yeah, this is 2 colored mana and equip cost of 2. This is 2 colorless mana, equip cost of 1. And gives you the ability to draw additional cards. What else is there? Did Jitty do it? Getting jitty with it. No, Jitty didn't do it. And this is like under 50 cents. Currently trying to find a unique fun goblin commander. Well, it's funny that you should say that, because one of the decks that I am almost done physically building, by which when I say almost done, I mean I need 6 cards. Come back here. Is this one? It's mono red. It uses Squee Goblin Nabob as my commander. Yeah, no, but not the way I play this deck. This deck is based around taking Squee, where if you take a look at him, basically says, on your upkeep, if he's in your graveyard, you can return back to your hand. And then throwing auras on him that give me the ability to replay them. Let's see if I can do it this way. There. Like, this is a good example. Draconic Destiny. 3 mana enchantment. Give the creature +1/+1, flying, haste, fire breathing. Turns them also into a dragon. And whenever when enchanted creature dies, return Draconic Destiny to its owner's hand. So the aura will come back. This is the premise of this deck. Throwing auras on Squee. Squee can come back. The auras can come back. Escape velocity, similarly, it has escape itself. Surprise, surprise. And then other ways to like shuffle cards back in, a few more enchantable creatures, some tutors, some ways to get extra damage. Just some ways here of, you know, some auras that are just strong enchantments. But the premise of this entire deck is taking one specific legendary goblin and loading them up with enchantments. So it'll play like any other Voltron deck. It's just not a Voltron deck most people use. You think you want 2 colors. Hey, Holly. Alright, so you've got 21 options. Sort by color. Alright. You are technically 3 color. So you have Izzet, Rakdos, Gruul, Yeah, is it Rakdos and Gruul? So you can add blue, green, or black. And no matter how, like, there's always going to be ways to, like, I think it largely depends on how you want to build it first. Boop. Noodle. I don't think there's a wrong. Look, what I would probably do in a case like this is I would probably try and figure out what style of deck I want first. And then once I've got an idea for at least the premise of the deck, if I've got an idea for at least the premise of the deck, then I can worry about which actual commander I want to use. Whenever another outlaw enters, deals 1 damage to target opponent. Some of these, it's like really easy to just do the, the quote unquote autopilot way. Like Grumgully the Generous. Just wants you to play with a bunch of non-humans. So you're probably playing Goblin Tribal and just, throwing whatever lords, like the way you would expect a person to normally play a Goblin deck. But this doesn't even have to be Goblin Tribal. You just have to run, almost nothing in terms of changelings. And almost nothing in terms of humans. Uh, you could run Shattergang Brothers, which also is a relatively inexpensive one. And just because you have the ability of playing with cards like Goblin Offensive, they certainly are, and Goblin Warrens. And I think it's Pashlik Mons has got a similar ability to Goblin Warrens. You could just simply use that as, generating a bunch of black mana and then forcing people to sacrifice their creatures. I got lots of black and red goblins from back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, building Rakdos would be. Let's change this to Rakdos. Actually, let's call you equal Rakdos. So, Green Goblin wants you to discard cards and gives you a payoff for whatever kind of cards you're discarding. This Green Goblin, same idea. Put the bottom card of your library. Okay, this is going to want you to find a way somehow to pump Grenzo and then this is basically a reanimator deck, but it goes off the bottom of your library instead. So what you really want to do, in my opinion, you probably want a decent amount of stuff that has like scry. because then you can scry something big to the bottom, pay 2 mana, and go, hey, by the way, yoink. This is like what I see as like the immediate first impression to what it says to me on how to build it. This is not saying this is the only way to build this. So, as a good example of that would be when I look at my list, I go down to Esper, and people see, Shroom the Hegemon, and it's like, oh great, you're playing with artifact recursion, yada yada yada, blah blah, and it's like, no. I might incidentally have that in the deck, but if I do, it's an accident. I am not building around that at all. It is there to be a Sphinx tribal deck. Because I didn't want to build the same way everyone else did. But the card interested me, so I'm like, okay, what else can I do with you? Ultimate Green Goblin. Again, looks to me like something that wants you to discard cards. Ultimate Green Goblin feels to me like a Reanimator deck of sorts. Probably because when it was in Standard, I had... Oh, what were you called? Holly, you might remember the 3 mana 7/6 that had an upkeep that you discarded a card every turn. I think it started with an R. This was back during, like, when War the Spark was in Standard. Rotting Regisaur? No. Is that right? Yeah, Rotting Regisaur. And I built a deck with those, as a mono black Reanimator deck, and Ultimate Green Goblin gives me that kind of feel. It's a undercasted fat creature that at the beginning of your upkeep you discard a card, and as a result, because it's got that same vibe to me, it feels like Reanimator. But that's probably only because I built around Rotting Regisaur when it was in Standard. Vile Smasher, Gleeful Grenadier. I would expect that to be like crime based. So, you know, lots of targeting, lots of, and you're playing. It says whenever another outlaw enters, so as many outlaws of some sort as I can jam in. Vile Smasher the Fierce. This is basically a payoff for casting spells. So the ideal situation for this is spells that you can pay less to cast than what it says on the top right corner. So Gurmag Angler comes to mind. Because it says it's a 7-drop. It is not a 7-drop. People are commonly casting it for like 1 or 2 mana because it has Delve. If you can find ways to cast spells on your opponent's turn, this is even better. But Vile Smasher the Fierce to me, if that's the general, I would be wanting to build it around casting stuff for less than it says. If something's got Convoke or Improvise or a similar ability, or it has an alternate cost, um, wrong color for the deck, but Force of Will comes to mind because it says it's a 5 mana spell, but you can, it has an alternate cost that lets you bypass paying mana for it altogether. So anything of that nature. Yeah, pyrokinesis works. Contagion was part of that cycle. Um, other there's also other cards that have come out since then. Grief, Avatar of Woe. Yep, because the top right corner says it's an 8-drop. But if you can get it in play for 2, great. Because Avatar of Woe, I think, wants like all graveyards. If there are 10 or more creature cards total in all graveyards, yes, Avatar of Woe would be really easy to get. Would be really easy to get into play for 2 mana, and yet it's an 8-drop, and so Vile Smash Shadow Fierce would see it as an 8-drop. And so you choose a random player and go, hey, by the way, take 8, even though I only spent 2 mana. Warp Bogart INT is Goblin Tribal. Again, the first thing that jumps out at me is she is Goblin Tribal. And Zoyoa Lavatongue. If you descended this turn, this is just wanting you to end up with stuff going into your graveyard. So, some amount of self-mill. If a permanent card was put into your graveyard from anywhere. So some amount of self-mill, some amount of sacrifice, etc. Just make sure you can keep your graveyard active. So somebody playing Rest in Peace, you're going to want cards like, what do you call it? The card everyone complains about because it's quote-unquote a color pry break, which I disagree with, but ID equal black, mana value equal to enchantment type instant life. What do you call it? What do you mean no? ID equal black, mana value equal to. Are you a sorcery? Yeah, feed the swarm. So if you're building Zoyoa Lavatongue, I would want cards like Feed the Swarm and Chaos Warp in there, just to make sure I can keep my graveyard regularly active. People eating stuff out of my graveyard, I care less, because Zoyoa cares that something went there, not that something is still there. And Rest in Peace has a replacement effect that stops something from going to the graveyard in the first place. But for Rakdos, Rakdos Goblins, that is my immediate first impression of how I would build these. But that's not the only way to build any of them. Again, I took a look at Shroom. I wanted to build Shroom differently. I took a look at what else she was. She was a 3-color legendary Sphinx, so I built around that. So, feel free to take those as like mental starting points. But also feel free to take those ideas and just toss them out the window and go, or alternatively, go, okay, well, this is what people are going to expect. What can I do that's different? You know, there's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no wrong answer. You're talking to the guy that turned around and looked at mono blue and built a deck around making it feel like a green deck. So feel free to feel free to use that in any way, shape, or form, including this is what people are expecting. What else can I do? I have no problem, and Holly can vouch for that. I have no problem taking a deck idea and taking an idea and going, yeah, but that's boring. Let's try and figure out something else. She and I've had a few conversations over the years trying to figure out what could. If I could build a mono red deck, I would build Karn the Betrayer. I don't know that card off the top. Karn the Betrayer. If I build a mono red, attacks or blocks each combat fable. When you lose control of it, draw 2 cards. If damage we prevented. Huh. That's adorable. So, what goes through my head first? Give him haste. The deck. Give him haste. Uh, make him hard to block somehow. And that could be just something as simple as like Rogue's Passage every turn. And oh look, you gain control of it. I'm going to, let's say I put oh, what do you call it? Sting Scourger on a Soul Foundry or something of that nature. Well, I don't control it, so I'm going to send them back to your hand, or back to its owner's hand. So that'll be back to my hand. Recast it. Yeah, I mean, you could run Brand. You could run Homeward Path would probably be a better option for something like that. Because Brand, you want it on like Isochron Scepter or something of that nature. Homeward Path, you can just throw it in your mana base and go from there. Because the reason to go through all of that is you want to be able to keep donating them to people, but you want to be able to keep donating them to people. And because when you do give them to somebody, how much is it now? Oh wow. You you have you realize Isochron Scepter is more, right? Isochron Scepters are usually, I mean, there's the mystery booster too is the least expensive. Fair. I could see if you are looking to trade with an individual as opposed to a store. You could trade an Isochron Scepter for Homeward Path about fairly. But yeah. Um but if you're doing something like that, yeah, Brand works. That would be very much on brand. Nice. Um, and oh, you also um, what do you call it? You get access to Psychosis Crawler. No, sorry, Scrawling Crawler is the one I'm thinking of. And what's the one? Let's see here. Format format type 2. ID equal red. Mana value 2. Mana less than 1. That might be enough. No? Okay. Oh. Fine. Do you know what I'm looking for? No, you don't. Fine. I can't remember the name of the creature. Razorkin Needlehead. That thing. Razorkin Needlehead plus whatever that crawler was I just mentioned. Scrawling Crawler. Stuff like that can penalize your... Because if you give this to somebody, you draw 2 cards. But if it gets sent back to your hand via an effect like Sting Scourger, or gets returned back to you via an effect like Homeward Path, they lose control of it. So they're going to draw cards. So those 2 cards penalize them for drawing extra cards. So that's an option. Oh, and I feel like, oh no, I feel like a deck like that also wants Coveted Jewel in it. Bloodthirsty Blade. Bloodthirsty Blade. That's adorable. That might be the only equipment that you can actually straight up attach to somebody else's creature. It's possible to attach equipment to other people's creatures in other ways, but I think this is the only one that natively does so. Infiltration Lens, which will also draw you cards if I remember right, becomes blocked by a creature. I'm not sure if you want this. I'm not sure you don't. That's the other thing. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Find a way to give him trample. Oh, especially if you can go, hey, by the way, surprise trample. What's the is it archetype of? Is it aggression? Yeah, archetype of aggression. Oh, archetype of aggression with anything like Quicksilver Amulet or Ether Vial or something of that nature. Just turn around and go, oh, you're blocking with that? Cool. Trample. Thunk. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, you might want a couple ways to just surprise give something trample or similar abilities and go from there. Karn is not an expensive card though. He's like 5 and change US. 4 mana trample attacks each combat. Can't be sacrificed and can't attack its owner. Oh, that's amazing. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player. Wow. Oh, that's hilarious. Is there. Are there ways to penalize people for having stuff they don't own? Like, no, I'm looking at, like, because you know how Zedru, you get a benefit for other people having stuff that you own. I'm talking the same idea, but like the flip side of it. Something where that penalizes. That's the land one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the land one. Uh, you control but don't own. You control owns. No, controls. Damn. Uh, then each player loses life and discards cards equal to the number of permanents they control but don't own. That's what I'm looking for. Something like that. Still requires black, but draw a card for each permanent you control but don't own. Yeah. So all of them would require you to play black. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Okay. See you, Holly. But yeah, strictly those those are my like initial ideas. But again, you know, there's there's the very obvious, and then there's, well, what else do I want to do? And like I said before, I can build a normal deck. I built Golgari as elves because I do not think I have ever played an elf deck in my life. I don't think I've ever legitimately built an elves deck in any format. So Golgari, I actually went with that because even though it's common for everybody else, it's not common for me. Um, so I actually, if you take a look, where are we here? Boop. If you actually take a look, Lathril is the most common one that people play. But if you take a look, I actually have two distinct elf decks. I have Lathril, Golgari elves, and then my commons only elf deck is my mono green, and this I have to change because this is not this anymore. This is Faceless 1 plus Master Chef. That got updated to that. Because that was when I thought of Prismatic Piper, I'm like, well, that was the only option I had. And then Faceless 1 and the backgrounds came out, and Master Chef ends up being really useful in a tribal deck. Because it makes my commander enter with an additional +1 counter. And every other creature, as long as my commander's in play, every other creature I have enters with a +1 counter. Which, when you're looking at like an elf tribal deck, oh yeah. So I went with Faceless 1 instead because there were no mono green common commanders available. So Prismatic Piper just didn't do anything for me. Whoops. So now I've got an option. And that is this deck here. And it's a bit snug in the deck box, but yeah, I have my. This is one of the things I like about building decks of nothing but commons, is because they end up being so cheap. And also, oh my god, because I tend to build decks that have got like odd ideas to them, I'm constantly looking for stuff that nobody else is asking for. You know, like I'll go to one of my LGSs and I'll be asking them for cards. And I went in the other day and it's like I'm working on I'm trying to finish off building Squee here. And I'm asking for cards that like I have known for like decades, like 20 plus years. And they'll look at me like, what the hell is this card? I've never heard of it. And I'm asking them for one of the lands out of Fallen Empires, for example. Well, let's just fast forward down to the mana section because all right, this is all normal stuff. So I'm asking for things like Dwarven Hold, which is a storage land originally from Fallen Empires, and you can basically leave it tapped and then just let it build up counters, and at some point you'll untap it, remove a bunch of counters from it, and add that much mana. And Mercadian Bazaar is similar, except instead of leaving it tapped, you tap it to put a storage counter on it. And the employee's like, the heck is this thing? Never heard of it. Yeah, that's because I wanted lands that could produce more than one mana in a mono red deck, which is kind of hard to do. It's not impossible, but it's kind of hard. And then Dormant Volcano, the red member of the Karoo cycle. And he's like, I don't know what this card is. And it's like, I explained to him, and it's like, oh, that thing. Yeah, that thing. Which is also why Dwarven Runes is in there. You know, tap for red or tap and sack it for double red. Um, but really, I wanted the other three more than anything else. And they're being all like 25 cents or 50 cents or whatever because like nobody else is asking for them. So yeah, it when you decide to build a deck with like when you have a color scheme in mind and you decide to build a deck that is very much off the beaten path for that color scheme. Yeah, but like I said, if it's off the beaten path for that color scheme, then you'll end up finding so many more cards that are like so less expensive because like for example my mono blue ramp deck. Come back here. Oh yeah, that's why. My mono blue ramp deck. You know, my deck that identifies as green because of the way it is built. It tries very hard to be an actual green deck, just in the wrong color. You know, and so I either get cards like Solemn Simulacrum that are printed regularly. Wayfarer's Bauble gets enough print that nobody cares. Let's see here. Navigation Orb, probably same. But I get cards like Sea Square that nobody uses pretty much anywhere else. One blue, one other for 1/1 Merfolk. I think it might be Merfolk Wizard by now. tap for colorless or tap a colorless and tap it to create a blue mana. Nobody else is playing that in any deck. Even if you're playing Merfolk, you're not playing it. But then I've got a bunch of stuff in here that's got like landfall triggers. And because of the kind of deck that I'm playing, again, it's not the sort of deck other people are running. So it's like, where were you? Where were you? Oh yeah, Show a Serpent. One blue, five other for 5/5 defender. When a land enters under my control, it loses the defender till end of turn. That is going to be one of the first cards replaced if I ever find something better than it for that kind of slot. Where are you? Oh, that's a better example. Wavewing Elemental. One blue plus 5 for a 3/4 flyer. Whenever land enters under your control, Wavewing Elemental gets +2/+2 till end of turn. So you drop a fetch land, crack the fetch land the same turn, and it's attacking as a 7/8 instead of a 3/4. I tried so hard to come up with as much stuff in here that felt green as possible, but in the wrong color. Also put adventuring gear in here to also get more landfall shenanigans going on. And yeah, some of the cards are going to be, excuse you. Why are you not going straight? There we go. Some of the cards are cards that everyone else wants for various things. Like, I had to put a Crucible Overloads in here because I didn't have a better option for that slot. But it also gives me a way to get, it also gives me a way to reuse lands from my grave, reuse lands. Where are you here? This one. Boop. Citadel isn't, it is probably going to get kicked out and replaced with somebody else. But, like, anybody that I could find that could get me extra mana in a blue deck. Stuff that's there specifically to be ramped into. Star Whale. Star Whale is going to be really good for a deck like this. Stolen by the Fae. Bounce a creature and make a bunch of 1/1 tokens, which is the bounce part isn't the part I'm looking for. It's the make a bunch of 1/1 tokens, which is not a thing that you expect out of a blue deck. Ingenious Prodigy is there to basically, in a manner of speaking, be a Hydra, i.e. an X-Spell creature. I can spend like 7 or 8 mana on it, and suddenly I've got like this giant creature that it's as big as the amount of mana I've spent on it. Illuge, the Shoreless Sea. It's there to be a creature that's as big as the number of islands I've got. That's the sort of thing that you expect out of a green deck. How many forests do you have? Cool, that's how big he is. Same idea. Mana Drain literally is only there for the ramp part. I don't even care. I've mentioned this before. I don't even care if the card says it can't be countered. I want the mana. Dozen cards there to dig for lands. Some of these, you take a look and you go, what do you mean you're digging for lands? Reshape. Additional cost, sack an artifact. Search for an artifact card with mana value X or less, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. I'm searching for artifact lands because I have to take that route. Um, there's a handful of ways that I can get like sort of Hearth and Home. Lets me. Why is Trapper Kami not? Trapper Kami is actually pretty decent. Yeah, it's. Oh, it's really scary when you decide to throw something like Yavimaya Cradle Growth out. Um, because suddenly everybody's got a force, and so you know on turn one it's already 0-4. What 0-4 with reach? I think. I think. Yeah. The best deck for, in my opinion, for something like this would be a like one of them toughness matters decks. Something along the lines of like Doran the Siege Tower or Arcades. What is it? Arcades the Strategist. Yeah, it's got defender, but it's also got reach, so it'll jump in front of and like two turns around the table. Like if you drop it on turn one, by the time you get to your third turn, it is huge. So I have a I have a I have a popper deck that is red green based on walls, including cards like Overgrown Battlement. And this being a one drop that just gets really big really fast, and it's got reach, just does so much for that deck. And a lot of people look. The thing is, a lot of people look at this as okay. Well, maybe we'll get to like a 0-3 or 0-4. I'm like, no, dog. If you're looking at Commander, green and black, I've said before and I'll say it again. From what I've seen, the two most commonly played colors in the game, in the format, and it is so easy to get to get everyone to have, like, it is not unreasonable that at some point somebody's gonna drop a Yavimaya. And then this ends up going from like a 0-3 to like a 0-12 and can just stop anything. And people will turn around and look at you and go, how do you expect me to get through that? But even without something like Yavimaya out, chances are somebody else at the table is running forests. So it's real easy for it to become a 1 mana 0-5 with reach, after like a couple of turns. So, but yeah, this people need to stop sleeping on this card. I agree completely. Funny thing is, because of the way oh no, it's all of them. It hits all of them. Last weekend, I was at my LGS, and after hours, we had a casual multiplayer popper game, and at one point I had this out, and it's like my one of the other players was also playing a decent amount of green, and it's like suddenly this thing's like a 0/6. You're going to attack me with what? Okay. And he had to spend an actual legitimate removal spell to get rid of it. And I'm like, okay. This is a 1 mana creature. If your removal spell is 2 mana, I feel like I'm ahead. If you're spending more than that, I'm like, yo, dog. But it just got, we're in a 6-player game. What giant 6-player game? This thing was like, I think only one other person was playing green. But it just got so big that it's like, yeah, it was stonewalling frickin' Gurmag anglers and, was it, Tolarian terrors and stuff like that. Unless they actually killed it. It's like the best 1-drop for a deck like that is so silly. Anywho, but yeah, Stasis Cocoon. Rewind back probably an hour. Stasis Cocoon. You throw it on a Soul Ring. They can't tap the Soul Ring for mana. You throw it on like Palladium Mirror. They can't tap it for mana. They can't They can't tap it. They can't attack or block. Yeah. Armed response. The problem with armed response. Well, the problem with armed response is twofold. One, it's 3 mana. Which at that point, 3 mana for a mono white removal spell was not bad. But it was based on a number of equipment you control. Even if you're building an equipment heavy deck, chances are, unless it's based around the idea of throwing all your equipment onto your general, you probably still end up with more creatures than equipment. Well, now, compare Thraben Charm, which deals damage equal to twice the number of creatures you control to target creature. This has to be to target attacking creature. You want an effect like this? Play Thraben Charm instead. It's a mana less, it'll deal a lot more damage. Unless you're playing, as I said, with a deck that's based around equipping your general. And yeah. COP artifacts. Like, I don't know a version of this card that I don't like. But yeah, this is like any of the other circles of protection, except that the other circles of protection all cost 1 to activate. This costs 2. But artifacts can be thrown into, well, historically, artifacts can be thrown into any deck, because historically, artifacts were colorless. We got our first artifact with a color to it I want to say in the future sight. Uh, eh. Glory only helps against color. So against a deck like my, where did I put you? Like my mono blue ramp deck, Glory would be amazing. But the thing about COP artifacts is it will have a use against most decks because most decks have some kind of artifact. It might be an artifact creature. It might be. I mean, you can use this on your own stuff too. You know, you can have. Mana Crypt. And not bother. Hell, if you want to do something silly, you don't want reprints, but they will. Anything well, apart from the Shocklands, almost anything else I've seen is not a reprint because we got the 5 Shocklands in Edge of Eternities. Lurwyn Eclipse is supposed to give us the other 5. I really like the art style they're going to be using for it. Oh yeah. But like this. I like this kind of art style that they're using. You know, and a lot of the cards are going to have this kind of feel to them. You know, and then you start going down like the showcase arts and stuff like that. Or like this version of Temple Garden. I like this. Yeah. So art wise, I'm very much looking forward to Lurwyn Eclipsed. Um, I'm looking forward to what they're putting in that's supposed to reference other cards. Apparently, there's a creature that makes a Mutavault token, which is going to be hilarious. I'm of like a couple different minds about Spider-Man. Uh, I don't mind it as much as I mind some of the other Universe Beyond sets. But that might also be because I think part of the problem I have with a lot of the Universe Beyond sets are I have a lot less familiarity with them. Whereas Spider Man, it's like I get a lot of the references, Like Avatar The Last Airbender, I think I may have seen a total of one episode. Whereas Spider Man, it's like, oh, I see it. I get it. I see what's going on. I get the reference. Um, and I get part of the reason why some people are less in less enthused with with Spider-Man is because if there's a few things going on, including the fact that some people, as I watched a Pleasant Kenobi video earlier today, and he pointed out that part of the feedback that there was about it was because Spider-Man realistically is based in New York City, compared to everything else that we've been looking at. Almost everything else is based on somewhere fictional. And this is based on like modern day New York City sort of thing. And so, people want stuff like magic and whatever to, escape from reality. And now here's a set that's based on, you know, stuff that we are actively familiar with. So it's like, but I mean, I am I am less annoyed with Spider-Man than I am with other other sets. It is the will of Zedru that you should have this goblin bomb. Wait, what? I would still probably end up putting, if I have enough stuff that's getting my opponents to draw cards, like Pumpkin Bomb, doesn't have to be a lot. Just like, if I've got, say, 5 or 6 cards that are making my opponents draw extra cards, I might add, like, a copy of, like, Razorkin Needlehead or, whatever the artifact was called. I mean, you don't have to go either. I will just point that out. You don't have to go either. But I would end up adding because here's the thing. Bunch of my commons only decks, since I'm playing with commons only, I cannot run Soul Rings, so I need something to compensate for Soul Ring not being available. So I end up going with Scare Tiller. So the interesting thing about Scare Tiller, okay, so whenever it becomes tapped, choose one, put a land from your hand and play tapped, or return a land from your graveyard to play tapped. But it triggers on whenever it becomes tapped. I find like 4 or 5 cards is about enough to support Scared Tiller. And so decks that run Scared Tiller commonly have Springleaf Drum, Holdout Settlement. I think it's Ally Encampment is the other one. So basically, Springleaf Drum plus the 2 lands that are basically Springleaf Drum. And like 1 or 2 other cards that can give me a way to tap it. So, Viridian Longbow would be a good example. You know, giving the creature the ability to be tapped to deal 1 damage to any target. So if you've got like 4 or 5 cards that can tap, that can get your Scared Tiller tapped, well, now you use it to bring back, let's say, one of the Capenna auto sack lands. Like Obscura Storefront. Comes into play, sack it, search for a basic land of 1 of 3 types, put in play tapped, then shuffle, and gain a life. Well, you tap the Scared Tiller with whatever, get the land, which automatically goes back to the graveyard, and Scared Tiller, the Capenna auto sack lands, because it's an ability that happens as soon as it enters, as opposed to Evolving Wilds and whatnot, where you have to tap and sack it. The fact that it enters tapped doesn't matter. And so Scared Tiller, combined with, these auto sack lands, you're getting an extra land out of your deck every turn. And, Viridian Longbow is pinging, or Holdout Settlement or whatnot is generating mana, or what have you. And so that gives you a way to get, that gives you a way there to get ahead. Because what you're basically looking for is you want an active reason for this to become tapped. If you don't care about rarity, I can't remember the name of the mono white version, but you get cards like Glare of Subdual. 4 mana enchantment, tap an untapped creature you control, tap target artifact or creature. I will point out that you choose targets before you pay costs. As a result, you can use Glare of Subdual, target your own Scared Tiller as the target, and then tap Scared Tiller to pay the cost. It won't do anything effective, but if there's nothing else in play, you've tapped your Scared Tiller. And now you fetch a land out of you get your fetch land out. Goodbye. If you want to be silly, you could include things like, I want to say it's Crab Umbrella? Yeah. No, not Crab Umbra. Yeah. Oh, no. Sorry. Freed from the Real. You put Freed from the Real on a Scare Tiller, and basically, for every 2 blue that you pay, you get to use Scare Tiller's ability. Because you pay 1 blue to tap the Scare Tiller, get the effect, pay another blue to untap it, and do it again, and then pay another blue to do it, and pay blue to untap, and just do 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 do. So if you can generate a bunch of blue mana, by the way, both cards are common. So if that matters to you at all, holy cow! You're a $10 common. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to keep my eyes open. From the real. Freed from the real. You are 15 Canadian dollars at an actual LGS. $18 and change from Masters 12. I'm gonna have to go hunting for my Freed from the Reals because this is a card I don't have a lot of use for. Like, I'll use it in some decks, but it's like, wow. Yeah, in case you're wondering where I'm looking at, yeah, that's one of my local game stores, and I'm in Canada, and so those are priced in Canadian dollars, which is basically TCG player already converted. And yeah, wow. That's ridiculous. I'm going to have to take a look to see what version, because any copies of Freed from the Real I have are going to be like the original print. Wow. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that it's. But I mean, if Ophidian Eye is in the ballpark of 15 American, this is in the ballpark of like 10 plus American. They're both commons. They both have got the same mana value. Wow. It's just kind of ridiculous. Anyway, yeah. Mind equal blown. Anyway, yeah, if you get something like Freed from the Real or an effect like that on Scare Tiller, you can just keep tapping and untapping it as much as you want. And get a bunch of lands out of your deck. Wow. Anyway, um, yeah. So if you can manage to find a dollar-wise less expensive card than Freed from the Real to do what it does, or if you've got some random copies floating around, yeah. The only problem with obscure storefront, etc., is it only fetches basics. But I mean, there's always ways around that. Plus, you could play with cards like Spelunking, which will have your lands, assuming you're playing in green, which will have your lands enter untapped, or Amulet of Vigor, which says whenever something enters under your control, tapped, untap it. Between those two kinds of effects, you can have the land that Scare Tiller brings back enter untapped, and if it's, let's say, Urza's Cave, you can fetch any land with that. Anyway, um, COPR effects. Oh yeah, where I was thinking of COPR effects was Mana Crypt, which deals damage. It is technically banned in Commander. However, again, if you're looking at playing the typical words, the typical line here of if you want to play a card that is that is banned in a format or for whatever reason, if you want to play a card that's banned, talk to your group. If they say okay, go ahead and play it. If you aren't playing Sol Ring, then don't play Mana Crypt. Generally, I would agree with that. I can see some decks wanting Mana Crypt over Sol Ring. A good example of that would be something like King Darien of Keldor. I think that was his name. Oh. Sorry. Darien, King of Keldor. This guy. Because he wants damage to be dealt to you. And Mana Crypt, if you fail on the flip, will deal damage to you. Darien turns around and says, "Oh, look, you just took 3 damage. I'm going to make 3 soldiers for you." Sol Ring, on the other hand, does not actually help a deck like that. So, there are times that you want Mana Crypt over Sol Ring. Generally speaking, I would play, yes, in most cases, I would play Sol Ring first. But there are times when Mana Crypt is the better card to go for first, because it makes more sense for the deck. But yes, COPR effect will prevent the damage that you might take from your Sol Ring. And I don't believe if you want Gatherer. You don't actually say. Okay. I'm sad. I think if I remember right, the next time an artifact source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn. I believe you don't actually choose because it doesn't target it or anything. I believe you can just activate it and then at some point basically go, Pikachu, I choose you. this is what I'm targeting. Whoops. Nope. Blah. I'm just double checking the rulings on the circle of protection, make sure I have it right. But I do believe you can activate it as much as you want ahead of time, and then just choose the sources when it would actually be relevant. Stand firm. Stand firm is the kind of card where, like, strictly mention having Isochron Scepter. If I have an Isochron Scepter and I want some kind of like library selection in a white deck, Stand Firm is actually a good way to do it. As long as I've got something out that I can target, or as long as there is something out that I can target, because notice it says target creature and not target creature you control. You choose the source when the ability resolves. Oh. Okay. The circles of protection do not work the way I thought I was hoping it was. Because I could not remember. I have not touched them in ages. Anyway, um, yeah, like I was saying, if there's if you've got some sort sorry, I may look distracted. I'm double checking a rules question in a chat room about circle of protection, making sure I got how it actually works correctly. You choose the source when the ability resolves. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Circle of protection, regardless of which one it is, they all work the same way. Um, you have to choose what you're protecting from when the ability resolves. So, if you if you want to be able to protect from if you want to be able to protect from a mana crypt flipping, you'd have to activate it during your upkeep. Then when the ability resolves, you say, I'm preventing damage from the mana crypt. And even if the mana crypt flip does not deal damage to you, unless it happens to deal damage to you in some other way that turn, you're like, well, nope, nothing's happening. All right. But yeah, stand firm. Like I said, if you want to make sure you've got some kind of card selection, stand firm would be fine. The biggest problem with a card like stand firm, realistically, well, okay, stand firm I could see being played in like a heroic kind of deck. Does target, does target a creature, which is what you're looking for something like heroic. Because it would be a spell that's targeting the creature. Scry 2 is actually pretty, is actually a fair amount of scry. And so, throwing this on Icecron Scepter and keep being able to, like, pump up one of your hero creatures every turn would be great. The problem is, if you're looking out for the Scry 2, you might be better off. Well, no, I was going to say you might be better off with, what do you call it? Sensei's Divining Top. But Sensei's Divining Top doesn't get rid of any of the cards that you don't want. It just lets you rearrange the top, the top three. But it does look 3 cards deep. And so you can turn around and do that like every other turn or something like that. And so, I mean, I can see stand firm seeing play, depending on the kind of deck that it's in. I can understand it. Huh, retaliate. Funny thing about retaliate, this is when you do. This is when you decide, okay, I'm not gonna cast a fog effect this turn. Okay, take 17 damage. Okay, cool. Combat damage is. Oh, at the end of your turn, retaliate. Kill them all. Wait, kill them all. As long as any given creature has dealt 1 damage to you this turn, it gets blowed up. This is actually a wrath effect that I would not be unhappy to play. This gives me the kind of impression of, like, if you're looking for another card along the lines of Split Up, Retaliate might be, like, it's not the same thing, obviously, but Retaliate might be enough down that direction that you might have an interest in playing it as kind of as a second copy of Split Up that you can do on, on your, because this is the other thing, like, um oh, what do you call it, Rata Exile, starts with an S. I can see it. Damn it. MTG Ratu Exile. Ba, 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 ba. Wait. Starts with an S. No? Am I wrong? How old are you? (2014). Too new. I cannot remember what it's called. Am I wrong? You're a white card. Why can I not remember what you're called? Oh, this is not a list of. This is just. Okay, that is not the droids I'm looking for. List of wrath effects. No? What the hell are you called? This is gonna drive me absolutely bonkers. I don't see it. Alright, fine. What are you called? Uh, Format Pioneer. Type instant. Mana value equal 4. Mana 2. ID equal white. Oh. XO search. Basic. Settle the wreckage. That's what it was. I knew it started with S. I couldn't remember anything else about the. It's like it's on the tip of my tongue, and it's like, why can I not remember it? Why can I not remember it? Why can I not remember it? But yeah, settle the wreckage. Instant board wipe that kills attackers. This is kind of like settle the wreckage, where you are going to take the damage, but they're not getting anything to replace it. To be fair, settle the wreckage, the creatures get exiled. But, yeah, like, I would not be. I think it would be interesting to find Sell the Wreckage and Retaliate in the same deck. Just out of curiosity, how much. Sell the Wreckage is cheap. Damn. Alright. But yeah. Put Retaliate and Sell the Wreckage. And then watch people. Like, once people play against you enough times, and they're like, are we actually going to attack him? Maybe we'll only attack with like a couple of creatures. Yeah. Have fun giving people headaches trying to decide whether or not they should go after you or not. Abuna's Chant, don't bother. If you want to gain 5 life, there's much more cost efficient ways, even one shot, to gain 5 life. You know, when you can gain 3 life for a single mana, 4 life for 2, you should not be paying 4 to gain 5. You should not be paying 4. If you are paying 4 mana to prevent 5 damage, you should be getting a creature that can do that can do a healthy amount of damage prevention regularly by that point. Like, I mean, Loxodon Anchorite is preventing 2 to any target every turn. Just no, just stop. Stop that. Leonin Squire. 2 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, return target artifact card mana value 1 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Will include artifact lands. I will point that out because it just cares that it's an artifact. And it costs less than 2 mana. Okay. Leonin Squire? Yeah. If you have enough cheap artifacts, you may be tempted to run something like this, and I wouldn't deny. I wouldn't tell somebody not to. I'd want to make sure. More a matter of, do you understand why you're putting why you're putting this in your deck? Is this actually the kind of card that you want? If it is, go ahead. Again, I like building my weird janky decks. I'm not going to turn around and tell somebody not to. I just want to make sure that they understand why they're putting that in their deck. But if they're putting it in their deck to recur, you know, um, what do you call it? Why is my brain failing tonight? Um, Mishra's Bauble, or an effect like that. You know, sure. And even more fun is if you've got somebody like Luris out and you sacrifice Leona and Squire, and then you keep bringing Leona and Squire back, and bring that back brings back, Mishra's Bauble, which you pay for, which is basically free card draw. Sure, go for it. Word of Reclamation. Um, if you're looking to mass reanimate artifacts, there are commonly better ways to do it. But I mean, there's always ways to make this work for you. You're playing white, so having cards along the lines of Lion's Sash, or I was gonna say Rest in Peace, but Rest in Peace eats everybody's graveyard, including your own. What about Samurai of the Pale Curtain? Samurai of the Pale Curtain. Put into a graveyard. Yeah, okay. So you don't want that. You want something that can eat stuff from opponents' graveyards. Lion Sash is a not unreasonable starting point. Um, Also your various Tormod's Crypt-based effects. Relic of Progenitus, potentially. Be careful with that one, because if you need to draw a card, suddenly you end up having to eat all graveyards, which is, if you're playing with cards like Rare Reclamation, ideally not a thing that you want. But even if stuff does get exiled, you still get fun things like Pull from Eternity. Put target face-up exiled card into its owner's graveyard. The interesting thing about the wording of this card, cards are exiled face-up unless an effect says otherwise. It actually has to say the cards are exiled face down. Otherwise, yeah. Oh yeah. Pull from Eternity. My mono white combo deck, where I jam every combo I can into it. This nice little multi-balls combo. Um, boop, 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 boop. No, it's not listed under there. What are you listed under? Oh, yeah, other shenanigans. Isochron Scepter plus Pull from Eternity. This way, if people like exiling my stuff with, like, Rest in Peace or Scavenging Ooze or anything like that, I can just keep getting stuff back every turn. This particular deck would rather have Silence on Isochron Scepter, but in a pinch, Pull from Eternity would work. Yeah, this deck is trying to pull as many combos into the same deck as it can. And then have some the the entire deck got started from seeing a YouTube short, which again, I don't like YouTube shorts, but the title of it got my attention enough that I had to go, okay, what the heck is going on here? And, the only way to win is not to play the game. And it was based around this guy. Chrono Savant ending up in your graveyard. Generate infinite mana. Return him back to the battlefield in response to his own ability. Skip as many turns as you want. Go make dinner, go watch a movie, whatever. Come back to the rest of the table going, oh, okay. Now that everybody's dead, I guess it's my turn. Ooh, I guess I win. It is hard to interact with somebody that, especially when you go and, you know, especially when you go and do something fun like, Teferi's Protection your way out of the game. Until your next turn, your life total can't change and you gain protection from everything, etc., etc., etc. So you don't exist anymore, for the most part. Yeah. Pull from Eternity is in there to make sure I can get back cards that got exiled from one effect or another, so I can do the things I need to do. Yeah, Roar Reclamation. If you're playing with Roar Reclamation, you're probably going to want something like Pull from Eternity in the same list. Sky Hunter Prowler. It's not bad. 3 mana for 1/3 Flying Vigilance is fine. Again, 1/3 averages out to a 2/2. So you're looking at a 2/2 flyer with Vigilance. Which at 3 mana, actually at that point was actually pretty strong. Because I think at that point, the typical assumption was 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer was about right. This gained Vigilance in the process, which was actually pretty good. Nowadays it would be might even be considered one of the weaker cards, because I think nowadays you can get a 1/1 Flying Vigilance. Actually, yeah, isn't, it might be a bad example, but Segovian Angel? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, 1/1 Flying Vigilance out of Modern Horizons 1. One mana. When Warzo summons Segovian Angels to fight Thalmos Garganticari Gnats, the ensuing battle numbered among the multiverse is least destructive. Anywho, but yeah, I think a 1/1 Flying Vigilance is probably about right for standard these days. Considering this came out basically just before COVID, and things have changed a bunch since then. And the only difference between that and this, apart from creature type, is 2 extra mana for 2 extra points of toughness. You could probably cut a mana off of this by now. Mumble, mumble, mumble. But yeah, that being said, Cat Tribal, I could see it. But yeah, if you're playing it for what it actually for mechanical reasons, you should be able to find better. You could probably find you might be able to find a 2/3 flyer for 2/3 Flying Vigilance by now for that cost. Oriok Windwalker. This is a card I do not remember existing. 4 mana for a 2/3 flyer. Tap. Attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. I do not remember the existence of this card, but if I'm ever built like if there are more brass squire effects and you're playing the appropriate colors and you're playing with enough equipment, and it doesn't have to be a lot, it just has to be enough to support having them. Yeah, play as many of these as you reasonably can. Um, you, if I'm running brass squire, I'm probably looking at running about 5 or 6 equipment. If I'm running brass squire and another effect like it, I'm probably looking more like 8. If I'm running more than 2 effects, first ask yourself why you're running more than 2 brass squire effects. Second, you want to be running a healthy amount of equipment. If I'm running more than 2 brass squire effects, I'm probably running like a dozen or more equipment, and more than like some of them are going to be ones that you just want to attach anyway, and some of them you are trying to cheat on the equip cost. And when I say you want to attach them anyway, it's like, oh, I need a surprise, I need a surprise blocker. Okay, I'm going to move the slagworm armor over. And suddenly this 0/4 Traproot Kami is now a 0/10. But if you're running more than I would still say if you're running more than 2, if you're running 2, if you're running 2, you're probably looking at about 8 equipment or thereabouts at least. If you're running more than 2, and I don't even know if there are more than 2. Okay, there are more. Sort by color. So, Oriok Windwalker's got a tap ability. Frodo is an enter or attack, but that's only cheap equipment. Oh! With mana value 2 or less. Oh! Wait, what? Okay, that just looked funny. So, Frodo, the equipment can be cheap to cast, but expensive to attach. Core Outfitter enters, attach. Weapons Vendor, pay 1 to attach. Blacksmith Talent, Being of Combat attach. Kazul's Tool Collector, pays 0. I just, wow. As a sorcery go, I'm going to attach this here. I'm going to attach this to the Tool Collector. Magnetic Theft, instant. Noctis, Heir Apparent. Whenever a creature you control enters during combat. Huh. So that would be something like Kalia dropping a creature in a play tapped and attacking, or like creatures that have got mobilized or something like that. and then Brass Squire. Okay. 1, 2. Yeah, okay, I could see about half of these being played fairly easily. Um, Possibly more. Why is Bruno Battlehammer gotta? You may pay 0 rather than pay the equip cost of the first. Attach target equipment you control to target creature control. Oh. Okay. So the arena version. The arena version is basically a reworded version of the paper ability. It's the same idea, but handled different. Okay. But yeah. Um but yeah, if I'm running, I think 2 you could probably get away with like 8. Uh More than 2 you probably want like at least a dozen equipment, and I'm about to sneeze. If you're not running at least half a dozen equipment, the only reason I would play this with less equipment is if I was running this instead of Brass Squire. Which is you're paying an extra white mana, getting an extra point of power, and getting flying. Attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. Yeah, it's the exact same ability. You're paying a white mana for an extra point of power and flying. Which is not unreasonable. I would be okay running this instead of Brass Squire. I would just personally would lean to Brass Squire first because it costs less. Um, doesn't mean it doesn't mean Oriok Windwalker instead is wrong, especially since a white deck. If you're building based on equipment, you're playing red and or white, and if you're usually playing red and or white. Um, Raksha Golden Cub. You are building, for this thing, you are building Cat Tribal with an equipment sub-theme. Well, actually, I wouldn't even say an equipment sub-theme. You're building Cat Tribal with some equipment to it. I would probably, because he cares about having equipment in play and attached to him, I would want to make sure I could get at least one piece of equipment attached to him. He is, however, a 7-drop. So, barring any sort of crazy ramp shenanigans, I'm probably looking around turn 10 before I can play him. Which means I probably want an equipment on average in about the top 10 cards. So I probably want about 10 pieces of equipment in there. That Now, to be fair, if I'm playing with a vaguely reasonable mana ramp, I'm probably trying to drop him on turn 7. So at that point, I probably want about 14-ish equipment because I want one available when he comes into play so that, the following turn at the latest, I can go, cool, equip, and turn him into a 5/6 double strike. Because my math there is going, okay, well, if I'm playing him on turn 7, that means I need to make sure that, I'm gonna have 7 draw steps plus the 7 cards in my initial starting hand, so that's 14 cards. I want one of those. No, I want one of those cards at least to be an equipment. So I could get away with 7. I could get away with probably about 7 equipment because 14 out of 99 cards is almost exactly 1 in 7 because that would be 14 out of 98. If I've got 7 equipment, on average, one of those 14 cards should be an equipment. Anyway, that's where my brain goes for that. WUBRG Salvagers. I see a combo piece. Why do I see a combo piece? Because I used to play Vintage, and back in the day, there was a deck called Bomberman, which would basically use this in combination with Black Lotus to generate infinite mana, and then use that infinite mana on something. You could, I think it actually won with Pirate Spellbomb. Yeah. Because what you do is, because Black Lotus, you tap and sack it, you generate 3 mana. You spend 2 of it on WUBRG Salvager's ability, and because Black Lotus costs 0 to cast, you just keep replaying the same card over and over again, generate a bunch of mana. Well, how much mana do you need? Your opponent's at 20. You need to be able to activate this 10 times. So you're going to need to be able to generate red plus 1 times 10. So 2. So you're going to need to generate 20 extra mana. This here means that every time through the loop, you're netting 1 extra mana because 2 to activate the lotus, or 2 to activate the ability, 3 mana being generated from the lotus, so you got 1 left over. So you're going to have to go through this loop 20 times. But after about, because you only need 10 red mana. So 3, 6, 9, so 4, 20. So the first 16 times, you're going to be creating white mana. And then after that, you go through the loop 4 more times, generate red. That gives you enough red mana to return the Pyrite Spellbomb. And blow up your opponent from there. Which is why the deck was called, Bomberman, because Pyrite Spellbomb. Anyway. There's probably ways you can use that in Commander now. But that's where my brain goes, is I see this as a combo piece. Do I know what the... Actually, you know what? What are you called? EDH combos. Oh, actually. Oriok Salvagers. Boop. Combos. Commander Spellbook. Oh. Lion's Eye Diamond. Zerda makes activate abilities that aren't mana abilities cost 2 less to activate. So that would reduce this down to a single white. You would just end up with infinite storm count. Train Grounds, same thing. Biomancer's Familiars, same thing. Mycosynth Blast makes anything into makes everything into an artifact. Sacked an artifact. Not sure about this one. Keycar. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Oh! You cast Lotus Petal. You get a red mana. You cast Lotus Petal. You get a red mana. You sack the petal for the white. So this is almost infinite. Like, this is infinite in of itself. It just doesn't... It gets infinite storm, but it doesn't get you infinite mana. You know what? Zerda, Krark Klein Ironworks, Retrofitter Foundry. Gemstone Array. How does this one work? Doesn't affect mana abilities, correct? That aren't mana abilities. Okay. So, Retrofitter Foundry needs... Okay, so 2 tap, make a servo. 2 tap, make a servo. So that would just be tap, make a servo. Sack the servo to KCI. Are you sacrificing the Retrofitter Foundry? The Foundry is a 1-drop. So sack the servo, sack the Foundry. That nets you 4 mana, which becomes 2 through the gemstone array. I don't see how you're getting infinite from there. Oh, wait. Three to untap the Oh, wait. 3 to untap the Foundry becomes 1 to untap the Foundry. Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay. So, Clarkland Ironworks plus KCI plus Zerda is tap, make a servo, sack the servo for 2 mana, spend 1 colon to untap the Foundry. That there generates infinite mana. That's a 2-card combo that generates infinite mana. Sorry, a 3-card combo. The KCI, the Foundry, and the Zerda, or any other sufficient cost reducer. Then you combine that with Oryok Salvagers to bring stuff back. Gemstone Array to filter the mana into colored mana. Alright, what else is there? Anything else, or was that it? Face of Bow. I'm presuming does. You may cast a spell with suspended from your hand. Lotus Bloom. Whenever you cast a... Okay, yep. I see how that goes. The Face of Bow combo is basically trying to recreate the... is trying to recreate how Bomberman worked. It just requires extra steps. You need a source to give haste. Face of Bow allows you to cast Lotus Bloom for 0 rather than paying. Right? Basically creating Black Lotus. Oryok Salvagers is the usual bit. You're casting a non-creature spell, so you get to... So Displacer Kitten triggers, you get to exile Face of Bow, which will have haste, so allows you to tap again and keep going. Okay. Plus 1 other prerequisite. You have 1 additional permanent. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. So it is possible to rebuild Bomberman. It just tends to require a lot more pieces. But Salvagers needs to be there. Face a Bow is probably the easiest way to actually pull it off in a way that makes it feel like the original Bomberman deck. Anyway, again, combo piece. Sky Hunter Skirmisher is fine. 3 mana for a 1/1 flying double strike. You're basically looking at a 2 power. The easiest way to immediately figure out how double strike works from a costing perspective is think of whatever the creature is having double its power. And maybe, cost it a little more than that, because any pump spell of any sort just gives it extra. But realistically, that's how cards with double strike tend to get costed. If you have Zatalpa, for example, it's a 4/8 with flying, vigilance, trample, indestructible, and double strike. Well, if you figure it's that 4 power with double strike is roughly equivalent to, double that 4 to an 8. 8 mana for an 8/8 legendary dinosaur with flying, vigilance, trample, and indestructible. Considering you're talking about a card that people are going to, if they're not using it as keyword soup, they're using as a general. That probably feels about right. Although I'm sure that when it was created initially, Wizards probably didn't think of it being keyword soup, but realistically, that's what it gets used as a lot. But yeah, you look at a creature that's got double strike, double its power, and then cost accordingly, and maybe have it cost slightly more, and you're probably looking about right. Based on that, this is about right. But, I want enough effects. To be fair, Raksha Golden Cup, if I can get that equipped, suddenly now the Skirmisher is a 3/3 double strike, so it's going to be swing for 6 and go from there. Yeah, Cat Tribal with enough pump in it, I could see. Orog Champion. Orog Champion, if you're playing it, you're probably realistically playing it because it's another Soul Sister that happens to have some random side benefit against certain other effects. But realistically, you're playing her because she's a Soul Sister. That's an interesting look. Huh. Cool. But yeah, realistically, you're playing Orog Champion in general because she's another Soul Sister. You have another Soul Warden. And specifically Soul Warden because it's whenever another creature enters. Not enters or under your control, just enters. Beacon of Immortality. You have 2 reasons to play this. One, because you want somebody to gain a bunch of life, usually yourself. Or 2, you're using it as a kill card. Beacon of Immortality. Why are you so expensive nowadays? You're like 15 US. Because of this one. 2 mana for a 2/2 lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. Well, if you're at 40, and you target yourself and you double your life total to 80, you just gained 40 life. Hope turns around and says, "Cool. Any number of target players, I think it was. Sorry, each opponent is going to mill 40. Have a couple of effects that double your life total. And it only takes a couple of turns for Hope to turn around and go, and you guys have no library left. You combine that with effects like Samurai the Pale Curtain and Rest in Peace, and their cards are going to get milled into exile. And they might have something that'll let them get past that, but highly unlikely. But yeah, this is I win the game in a couple of turns now. Steel Shaper's Gift. You play this because you're tutoring up equipment. What else is there to say? Yes, I'm going through all of them because 19 cards per color. I normally go through about, 12 or so. Yeah. Advanced Hover Guard. 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. Pay pay blue to give it Shroud to end a turn. Yeah, feels about right. Um, eh. It does have a way to protect itself, which is more than. But realistically, um, like a good way to protect it is have it be bigger in the first place. So start off with your various Phantom Monster abilities, your various Phantom Monster variants, I should say, like the Jin Windseeker or whatever it was called, and your other, anything else that's like a 3/3 flyer or better. I'm not saying it's bad. That being said, um, I would probably play. I would probably start off with an Azure Drake over this. What? Azure Drake? Yeah, Azure Drake. Uh, it's the exact same cost. It's a 2/4 flyer. Okay, why would you? Because a lot of the stuff that deals damage, like a lot of the stuff that targets. First of all, if it targets, it's either exile. It's either kill the thing outright, or it's going to deal damage. Very rarely is it going to do like a toughness reduction. It's more than likely going to deal damage. Let's take a braid as a good example. A braid would kill this thing. A braid turns around and looks, Azure Drake looks at. Let me just pull up Azure Drake. Helps if I spell right. Azure Drake looks at a braid and goes, "That's nice. I'm still going." What? Yeah, I'm still going. Because it's got 4 toughness. A lot of stuff that people are going to run that deals damage only deals 3. Exact same cost, same power, both have flying. This wins when you're worried about cards like Swords of Plowshares and stuff like that. But if you're worried about damage effects, Azure Drake is going to be sufficiently better. And then once you're looking at the global effects, it's like, neither one is going to help. But it's still fine. It's just I would play Asher Drake in general before Advanced Hover Guard. Disruption Aura? I would take. If I expect somebody to be playing with undercosted artifacts, um, by which I mean stuff uh, like Mirror Enforcer, which people will pay quite commonly, 0 or 1 mana for 7 mana 4/4. Hey, remember when I was mentioning earlier about spells that could be cast for less than their mana cost says? Mirror Enforcer is one of them. Yeah, you throw this on a Mirror Enforcer, and then on their next upkeep, they have to actually pay 7 mana. They can't affinity their way out of it. If you're expecting somebody to be playing cards like that, throw this and basically force them to sacrifice their artifact that they just thought they could cheat and play, efficiently. It's like, yeah, nope. Alternatively, anything that's reasonably expensive is going to invoke oh, isn't the Great Henge? Yeah, Great Henge is also it's a 9 mana artifact that can be brought into play for cheap. And then you turn around and suddenly have to go, hey, by the way, you want to keep your Great Henge around, pay 9 mana every turn. Okay, there's a few of them that are, and some of them are cheap enough that people like Midnight Clock is cheap enough that people will just, okay, I'll keep it tapped, and here's 2 extra lands and tuck it under it just to keep it going. Um, but yeah, disruption. If it's, I would say probably if it's more than probably if it's more than 5 mana, it's going to be enough that people are just gonna go, ugh, how much do I want to keep this around? And that's like 5 mana in the top right. So, might be worth a consideration. Fold into Ether. Fold into Ether is hilarious. The funny thing about Fold into Ether historically is it has been used to counter your own spell. So you can drop something big in play for cheap. So, let's say you've got a giant, a giant Eldrazi or something like that in your hand. You go, okay, cool. Like, even something as, even something like Eldrazi Devastator, which is like an 8 mana, 8/9 trample. And you go, I am going to cast Ornithopter. With Ornithopter on the stack, I am going to cast Fold in Aether, countering my own Ornithopter, and people will take a look and go, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. I'm just countering my own spell. Nothing to see here. And if nobody does anything about it, your Ornithopter gets countered, which was relevant because it was a 0 mana spell. And then you go, well, since the spell was countered because of the fold into Ether, here's my Eldrazi Devastator. It's even more fun if you're willing to spend a little more or do a little bit of additional setup with something like Leyline of Anticipation that gives all your spells flash. And counter something, I cast, you're attacking, okay? I will attempt to cast, Ornithopter as a blocker, but I'll counter it. Okay. Eldrazi Devastator comes into play. Block your creature, and I've got an 8/9. What? Yeah. You want ways to cheat, big creatures into play? You pull some kind of shenanigans like that. Hilariously, so this only works if the spell is countered. So stuff that says it can't be countered is not going to let you cheat stuff into play. However, you're still going to get your cast triggers. So if you're paying a bunch of mana for something and most of what you get out of it for your own purposes, you only care about the cast trigger, then maybe it's worth, casting a Fold into Ether, getting your cast trigger, and getting something else big. Plasma Elemental. Weird creature. 6 mana for 4/1 unblockable. What? 6 mana for 4/1 unblockable. Do you bother playing this? I don't know. The fact that it's got 1 toughness means it dies to pretty much anything. But it's going to get through turn after turn after turn unless somebody casts an effect like a braid or some other kind of oh, what do you call it? You've got lava dart at it. It dies to anything except combat. Unless you can force it to be, unless you can force it to block somehow, which is not impossible. There's an ability called Provoke that does that. Let's take this guy at... Okay, let's try somebody that's a little more reasonable. Alright, let's go with the Brontotherium, the first guy. So 6 mana for 5/3 trample will provoke. When this attacks, you may have target creature defending player controls untap and block it if Fable. So though tread in combat, the Brontotherium will carry over for an extra 4 points of damage. But the Brontotherium is going to kill the Plasma Elemental. Because, cool, you attacked, I take 4. I'm attacking you, I'm making that untap and have to block my Brontotherium. So there are ways to make it work. It's unusual, but there's ways to make it work. But that being said, any sort of removal spell will take it out at any sort at all. Yeah, Plasma Elemental, it does die to a stiff breeze. Apart from combat damage, when, if it's attacking, yeah. So I'm unsure how I feel about that one. Early Frost. You should play this more. What? You should play this more. What? You heard me the first two times. This is like Mana Leak, but better. And Mana Leak is already. I mean, it's not a great card in Commander because at 2 mana, even for blue +1, you have enough other counter spells that are worth considering. You've got, negate and its ilk, i.e., counter target spells that meets a given restriction. You've also got Arcane Denial and variants thereof, i.e., counter target spell, and then some other thing happens. Usually the person whose spell is getting countered gets some kind of bonus out of it. Maybe they get treasures, or maybe they draw cards, or whatever. But this is Early Frost. Tap up to 3 target lands. There's a lot of lands in the format that people like to play that either whose big ability is not tap, add 1 mana. You've got your various, Karus, like the Ravnica Karus or whatever. You've got your various Gaia's Credo variants. Gaia's Credo / Tellurian Academy / etc. variants. You've then got cards like Maze of Ith that don't have a mana ability at all, but can also be annoying by themselves. Early Frost, it takes a land that taps for more than 1 mana and goes, cool, tap that. Like, what happens if your opponent's got, I don't know, Scorched Ruins in play, which taps for, like, quad colorless? On their upkeep, you go, by the way, tap that, and tap your Arid Archway, and, I don't know, tap your Wastes while you're at it. For 2 mana, you've just denied them 7 mana that turn? You want to play any sort of mana denial strategy at all, and you're in blue, play Early Frost. The funny thing is, they don't even all have to be from the same player. You can tap, like obviously anything that's got hexproof isn't going to be able to be targeted, unless you've got a way to bypass that as well, which is also conceivable, but that's another story. I'll tap your Scorched Ruins, your Maze of Ith, and I don't know, your Gruul Turf or whatever. So it's again, if you want to slow down somebody else's mana generation in any way, shape, or form, look at Early Frost. Into Thin Air. Return target artifact to its owner's hand. It's 6 mana as an instant with affinity for artifacts. Honestly, you're telling me I have to have 5 artifacts in play to basically make this the artifact-based version of Unsummon. No. Just no. Even if you've got the artifact, you're looking at building something that's basically trying to be Unsummon. Just no. Kmulox, 8 mana for 5/4 with affinity for artifacts and flying. If you've got enough artifacts, which shouldn't be, if you're considering building with Camulocks, you're probably running enough artifacts anyway. You can get this down to like 2 mana for a 5/4 flyer. That's pretty good. You know, if you're building the kind of deck that wants to run cards like Tolarian Terror and whatever the serpent is called. Actually, well, there's Gear Seeker Serpent too. Whatever the other Cryptic Serpent or something like that. I'm sure that's wrong. Oh no, Cryptic Serpent. I had it right. Okay. Yeah, you're playing with cards like that, and Gear Seeker Serpent. You know, stuff that are like big fat creatures, big fat blue creatures that you can get on the cheap. Yeah, if you've got a good way to build it to support both artifacts and instants and sorceries, yeah, do it. Do the thing. Hoverguard Sweepers. 8 mana for a 5/6 flyer. When it enters, you may return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. Yeah. This can. Oh, look. I mean, yes, it's an 8 mana creature. 5/6 is a little on the small side for an 8 mana creature, but bouncing 2 creatures back to hand. First of all, doesn't say they have to, but it doesn't say who they have to belong to. So it could be one of yours and one of mine. Or they could both be yours, or they could both be mine, or it could be one of this person, and whatever. This is also one of those cards that I would like to, there's, Fold into Ether. I counter, a 0 or 1 mana creature or whatever. And I get this guy instead, and it's like, send those back to your hand. By the way, I've got a 5/6 flyer now. It's like, ugh. Like this is like blue dealing. This is like blue having a dragon in play. Let's be honest here. A lot of dragons in red these days are like, I'm a big flyer with a really annoying come into play ability. This is a big flyer with a really annoying come into play ability. Do not be afraid to play this card. Well, let me rephrase that. Depends how much you want it. By the way, this is also the story card. Let's pull up Mana War for a sec. When it enters, return target creature in owner's hand. Originally got printed like Mirage Era, I think it was. Before that, Visions. Yeah, originally got printed in Visions. And basically return a creature in owner's hand. Cool. Oh, isn't that lovely? You've put Camera's transformation on my general. It's now a 3/3 elk. 3/3 elk. Or witness protection, and now my general is a 1/1 legitimate business person with no abilities. Hoverguard Sweepers, same idea. But it's may return and 2 creatures. So have fun with that. Just try not to overdo it on these bounce effects. Eyes of the Watcher. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may pay 1. If you do, scry 2. Um, oh, oh, oh. I have to find an Eyes of the Watcher. I had to fire that off to a friend of mine because he's making what he likes to call a scry and fly deck. And scry and fly is, well, lots of creatures in there have got flying. And he's got a Sphinx in there, I think it is, that basically, if you would scry, you draw that many cards instead. Yeah, Elegeth. Yeah, Elegeth is I believe Elegeth is the general. A has flying. If you would scry a number of cards, draw that many cards instead. They're all going to your hand. Eyes of the Watcher basically adds 1 mana to the cost of any instant and sorcery that you want to draw 2 cards. Seems perfectly balanced with no exploits whatsoever. Spectral Shift. Back in the day, for quite a few years, it was not unheard of for blue to have spells or abilities that would take a color word, for example, the word like red in, say, protection from red, or a land type, so say forest in forest walk, and say, let's replace that with another word that is let's replace that with another word in the same category. So color word with another color word, or land type with another land type. So you would get protection from red turned into protection from green, or forest walk turned into plains-walk. This was not an uncommon thing. Spectral Shift is actually a reasonable version of it. Although, generally speaking, I would suggest for an effect like this, you want, I think it's Whims of Volrath, which has got buyback because you can then use it more than once. Spectral Shift is but there's better versions of that effect. That being said, Isochron Scepter, you can do that turn after turn after turn. And it has an optional additional cost, i.e. Entwine. So you can pay that 2 additional mana and do that as well. Vidalcan Mastermind. 2 mana for 1/2. Pay blue and tap it. Return target permanent you control to owner's hand. Yeah, probably the most annoying thing to target with this is because keep in mind it says permanent you control. Combine that with nope, sorry, wrong card. Reality Acid. When this sword leaves the battlefield, enchanted permanent's controller sacrifices it. It can go on to any permanent. What that basically means is you can go pay a blue and tap it. basically you have 2 blue plus 2 and tap, destroy target permanent. Or, more appropriately, target permanent's controller sacrifices it. Yeah. You can play this in combination with other things, but if I see a Vidalcan Mastermind, Reality Asset is the first card that it's going to be going through my head to combine it with. It is unlikely that somebody is playing this to combine with another effect. Not impossible, but unlikely. The next thing I would expect to combine it with is something that's got a come into play and or leave playability. In fact, the what do you call it? Cryogenic. No, maybe cryogen. Yeah, cryogen relic. When it enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. Well, so you combine this with an effect like cryogen relic that says when it enters or leaves. At least something with a good enters or leaves the battlefield ability. If you're lucky, you can find enough effects that do both. This can combine really well. But again, Reality Acid would be the first place. The first place I would check for that. Blank Moth Infusion. 2 blue plus 12. Instant. Untap all artifacts with affinity for artifacts. It's going to take a lot of effort to bring this down from 14 mana down to 2. I would expect that this would probably be like 6 mana to cast. But, again, I can't remember what card it was we were talking about. I believe it was one of the mono red generals that turned around and basically looked at the top right corner of oops, is Commander? Oh. Oh yeah, Vow Smash of the Fierce. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn. Yeah, if you happen to be running blue with this deck, this will suddenly do 14 damage to somebody, regardless of what you actually paid for it. Heaven forbid you've got something like Omniscience in play, and therefore aren't actually having to pay mana for it. But yeah, enjoy. If you have a way to pull that off, yeah. Artificer's Intuition. Again, this always feels like some kind of combo shenanigans. 2 mana enchantment, pay blue and discard an artifact. Search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 or less. Reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. You're going to be looking for a combo piece. The stuff we were looking at earlier with like Oryok Salvagers, some of the stuff that's on that list is going to be stuff you want to pick up with this. Oh, I guess if I have a copy of this, I could throw it into like my mono blue ramp deck to have another way to try to find one of the artifact lands. That's an option. And that's probably one of the more benign options. But then I want artifacts that I am okay putting in the graveyard for one reason or another. Um, triplicate. No, is it triplicate Titan I'm thinking of? No, not triplicate Titan. Um, Capitoline. No, what are you? Type equals artifact. Mana value greater than 7. IDC. No, it's not on Earth. What is it? Um, power greater than 6. What's one I'm thinking of? There's something that can self-recur. Oh. Phyrexian Triniform. I think that's one I'm... That feels like the one I'm thinking of. That feels like the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. So yeah, Phyrexian Triniform is the sort of card that you would want to... You would want to pitch it to Artificer's Intuition. Eventually get enough mana. Encore. Swing with a bunch of copies. And make a bunch of 3/3 golems. Uh, plus also your... Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It's an artifact. Blue's got ways of getting... Blue has got ways of getting artifacts back, including getting them into play. Thought Courier, it's a merfolk looter with another name. If you're looking for merfolk looter, yeah. Acquire, this is bribery with another name. The difference here is that you... Oh, okay. The difference here is that you are looking for an artifact instead of a creature. Same idea. And almost everybody's got, even if they're not playing creatures, almost everybody's got artifacts that can be stolen. Most people are running Soul Ring or some variant thereof. Even my commons only decks tend to commonly, no pun intended, have Scare Tiller or the like. Scare Tiller or Golem's Eye, something. Condescend. Uh, Historically, the number one deck I can remember, not Commander, where this play was Mono Blue Tron. Because eventually, with Tron out, well, first of all, the Scry 2 lets you keep digging through your deck to try and find your Tron pieces faster. Second of all, once you've got Tron online, you're basically paying 4 mana to say, no, you can't have it, and I scry 2. Because who's going to be able to afford paying an extra? And you don't even need to do that. You can get away with, like, Tap an island and let's say a Urza's Tower, and you're looking at, Mana Lake plus Scry 2. And even if it's, Urza's Power Plant or Urza's Mine, you're looking at uh, Quench plus Scry 2. So it ends up being really good there. And then you start looking at being able to do this in formats like Commander, where a lot of lands that you can play have the ability to tap for more than one mana. And yeah. If you're looking for, you know, pay more to counter your spells, or pay more to resolve your spells, Condescend works. Beacon of Tomorrows. Oh, oh. Beacon of Tomorrow is probably one of the most dangerous extra turn cards because most extra turns, I shouldn't say most extra, but a lot of extra turn cards, they go back, they say exile them. Um, if they don't, they commonly have some kind of drawback attached to them. I think Time Warp is one of the few ones that doesn't have something weird attached. Um, this, yeah, it's 8 mana for an extra turn, but it shuffles back into your deck, which means you will regularly, not every turn, but you will find that in any given game you cast this once, you're probably not casting it just once. You're probably casting it like 3 times over the course of a game, maybe even more. Heaven forbid you get, some silly combo thing going off, like, oh, what do you call it? Is it Mystical Tutor? Yeah, Mystical Tutor. Grab a Mystical Tutor, throw it on Icecron Scepter. You're like, okay, and Mystical Tutor on Icecron Scepter. Get Beacon of Tomorrows every turn. Take infinite turns. Add some kind of additional draw effect like Howling Mine or whatever. You'll draw, because you'll be drawing the Beacon of Tomorrows every turn. So, Dictative Crewfix. Get an extra card draw so you can actually draw the Beacon plus something else. And Trinket Mage. Tutor up any cheap artifact. My mono blue deck wants it for fetching artifact lands primarily. There's other options as well. I've also got Wayfarer's Bauble I can find with it, and a couple other things. The amount of stuff that you can usefully find with this, Soul Ring is gonna go into most people. Just being able to find mana is is uh is quite common. Oh no. Oh no. What can you find? Okay. Sort by color and go descending. A bunch of artifact lands, and when I say a bunch, I mean a bunch. Aetherfile, Amulet of Vigor, Ultra the Brood, Aster Cornucopia, Bag of Holding, Bloodforged Battle Axe. Oh, that thing. Yeah, that thing's gonna get annoying. Uh, Brainstone. Brainstone, less interested in. Campfire, Candy Trail. I'm not even going to go through all of them. Your chromatics, your various mox types. Colossus Hammer is going to swing through many lots. Darksteel Axe, Darksteel. Well, yeah, Darksteel Relic is what a friend of mine likes to call Darksteel Pebble. Um, Whenever creature you control within. Oh, that's cute. Doc Ock's Tentacles. Everflowing Shallows. Like, to be fair, a lot of the stuff that jumps out at me right away um, is mana. But there's a fair amount of stuff that's not. Ghost Vacuum, aka a lot of graveyard removal. Um, Grindstone, yep. Be afraid if you see Grindstone, assume the person's also playing with Painter's Servant. Infiltration Lens, I think we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, Strictly mentioned that earlier. Whenever a quick creature becomes blocked by a creature, you may draw 2 cards, which also means that if it's blocked by more than one creature, you can draw multiple. You can draw 2 cards per. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna keep going through the rest of that because that's just gonna be kind of silly to go through the list of options. But suffice it, like chances are, if you're looking for something to fall into a given category of card, you can probably find an artifact that's 1 or less to do it. Serum Visions. If you're playing with Elgeth, this is draw 3. If you're playing a combo deck, you are running. You're probably realistically you're playing Serum Visions in like a CEDH list. Um, Not generally the kind of cards that I expect realistically to see play elsewhere. It's not worth it. uh, Black cards. Nim Grotesque. I think this might be the biggest Nim I have seen so far. It is, 7 mana for a 3/6, plus 1 power for each artifact you control. So, having 3 artifacts would bring it up to a 6/6, which is not bad. Having 4 is a 7/6, which is, Riding Regisaur size, but no drawback, apart from the fact that it gets smaller if you lose artifacts. Wow. you know, so I think if you've got 3 artifacts, it's okay. But it also depends on what the artifacts do. That being said, I mean, if you're considering playing Nim, because a lot of the earlier set ones, like from Mirrodin, I think they all had like 1 toughness. So much better. Fleshcrafter. 3 mana for 2/2. Discard an artifact to give it +2/+2 till end of turn. This is basically like the format's version of of I was gonna say Vampire Nighthawk, and that's very much the wrong card. Um, Wow, what? Nantuko Husk and the like? I can't even remember the name of the original Nantuko Husk card. Sack a creature, give +2/+2 till end of turn. Anyway, same size, same stats, etc., etc. You just sacking a creature instead. Um, Same idea here, but you're discarding an artifact. But there's enough artifacts these days that you want to discard, or that you're okay discarding, because you have ways to get them back somehow. Stuff that has Encore or Unearth or what have you. Um, and if you're lucky, you have an effect like Conjurer's Closet, because you're playing black, so some kind of flicker effect is harder to pin down. But Conjurer's Closet, exile the card and bring it back, and then suddenly it's like, oh, cool, I get to keep it now. Um, so yeah, so again, Flesh Grafter can make use of it. Um, yeah, Blind Creeper, bad. The best place for a card like this is in a deck that's got something like, I think it's called Arcane Laboratory. There's a couple other cards that have got a similar effect that basically turn around and stop people from being able to cast more than one spell a turn. Let me just look up Arcane Laboratory real quick. Laboratory. Yeah, each player can't cast more than one spell a turn. Cannot remember what the name of the white one is. You know what? Oh, quote, that, quote. Rule of law. um, Archon of Emeria, Eidolon, Rhetoric, High Noon all do the same thing, basically. Um, but yeah, the best place for something like that is, you know, is a deck like that, but it takes one person casting a spell to make this into a 2/2, and if somebody counters it, well, now this is a 1/1 till end of turn, and yeah, it gets really bad really fast. So yeah, this should be down here in my opinion. Shattered Dreams. There's a more up to date version of this. I think it's called Despise. Yeah, nope, not Despise. Whoops. Oh, colon. That player discards. Oh, artifact, mana value 1. Divest. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards that card. Compare Shattered Dreams. Target opponent. Divest, you can target yourself. And you can also, uh, it's not just an artifact. You also can hit a creature. Shattered Dreams can only affect opponents, can only take artifacts. And again, this is one of those cards where it's like you're you have to be playing discard. You're making them discard one card, and it has to be an artifact. If you're playing like targeted discard is really hard to make useful in a format like Commander. And again, discard is not a playstyle that I think most people would appreciate at the casual kitchen table level. Again, CEDH, stuff like that, that's a different story. I'm not here to discuss those. But I think most people want to be able to play their cards. And a couple of cards that do something of this kind of nature, for example, smallpox, that's one thing. Shattered Dreams, you really have to be going after like specific people. Um, yeah, just not easy to make work well. Vicious Betrayal. Oh shoot. If this was an instant, damn it. Although if this was an instant, it would probably be higher rarity. 5 mana, Vicious Betrayal, 5 mana sorcery. Additional cost, sack a number of creatures. Target creature gets +2/+2 to end a turn for each creature sacrificed this way. You just sacrifice your entire board and make one guy really big. But it's a sorcery, so you generally want to be doing this before combat. You could get some kind of... You could combo it with some kind of fling effect. You put this in some kind of aristocrats build. Oh, that'd be hilarious. One of the various aristocrats builds I have is Olivia Voldaren, who is basically Steel and Sack. Where is she? Rakdos. So the premise of this deck. Let's get Olivia first. So the premise of this is her first activated ability turns creatures into vampires. And then her last ability steals vampires for as long as you control her. So I'm going to eventually steal everybody's creatures. Or kill them trying. So then what I have... so I've got a bunch of ways in here stealing creatures and whatnot. I've got a few ways to sacrifice creatures. But I have reasons to sacrifice creatures. Like, I steal one of your creatures, and then I sacrifice it so I can cast this giant demon. Same idea here. And then when this enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token enchantment and sacrifices a non-token creature. So I stole your creature to sacrifice to this. So now you've lost a creature, but now when it came into play, now you gotta lose another one. This, I am sacrificing a creature to return to... I am sacrificing creature to reanimate a creature. And by the way, I'm getting back to one that I also sacrificed. hey, I'm sacrificing a bunch of creatures to shrink, to have this come into play and shrink somebody's life total in half, etc., etc., etc. Uh, Sacrificing a creature to make everyone else sacrifice creatures and then draw a card, etc., etc., etc. Um, yeah, I have ways of but now if I combine Vicious Betrayal, if I've got a bunch of creatures I've stolen, I can steal them all. Oh, that deck also has got Kazul's Fury. I can steal them all, make one creature really big, and then Kazul's Fury. Fling that giant body at somebody. So that would be an adorable way to do it. Cackling Imp. 4 mana for 2/2 flying. That with a tap, target player loses 1 life. It's not quite Prodigal Sorcerer, but it tries to be Prodigal Sorcerer in black. But it is life loss, which is not the same as damage. Um, yeah, you want to sit there, you want to sit there and, slowly whittle away your opponent's life total. If you're doing it in black, you might need to be playing it. Um, Imp Tribal, you'd probably have to play it. I don't think in general, I would play it, but it's okay. It's just not great. Fill with Fright, 1 more mana than Mind Rot, but it gets you a Scry 2 attached, which a lot of people say that's roughly equivalent to drawing a card. If I'm paying something like this, I want Siphon Mind instead. Make everyone else discard a card, and then draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, 4 mana, each other player discards a card. You draw a card for each card discard this way. You discard a card, and you discard a card, and you discard a card, and I'll draw 3. That generally seems a lot better than having to hit 1 person and discard 2 and scry 2. I'll just draw them all. Draws Crocodile. 4 mana for 5/1 zombie crocodile. Again, it'll die to a stiff breeze. I cannot. The big reason to play a card like this, in my opinion, is because you have an effect like Pandemonium in play, and you want something that'll just deal a bunch of damage because it's got more power than its mana cost. But if you're doing that, I mean, there's not Spectral Force. What are you? Force of Savagery. Which looks terrible because it's, it's a 3 mana 8/0 with trample. What? It's an 8/0. Its big reason is for effects like Pandemonium. If you have any sort of way like Gaia's Anthem to keep this thing around, this ends up being scary huge. But keep in mind, it has 8 power and 0 toughness, which means that anything that's going to bump its power and toughness by the same amount isn't going to bump its toughness by very much compared to what its power is. Huh? Creatures you control get +2/+2. This would be a 10/2. Lots of power. Still dies to a stiff breeze. For this to actually survive any legitimate amount of time, it's going to need like probably at least 4 points of toughness. If you could get there we go. If you could get Slagworm armor. Sorry, that's not the internet. That was me drawing a blank again. If you can get Slagworm armor attached to this before it dies somehow, then yeah, now you got an 8/6 trample. Cool. You basically need this. You basically need a. Oh, how would you do this? If you had it enter as a copy of something else to. Wait. Oh no, that wouldn't work. I was thinking about Just Down, but that only removes abilities. Yeah. Can't think of it right now. I'm sure there's a way to pull it off. But yeah, realistically, this is the kind of card that you play in a deck that's got like Pandemonium. And similar effects to go, cool. You take 8 and you take 8 and you take 8 for like 3 mana. Draws Crocodile, you're looking at a similar thing, but 4 mana for 5/1, no. Because if you're doing that, why aren't you playing Yargle? Which is 1 more mana and you get a 9/3. You know, +4 power, +2 toughness for 1 extra colorless mana. And then there's the slightly smaller version that's in standard right now. Power greater than 5 is Commander. ID equal black, format, type 2. Mana value less than 4? Yeah. Pardon me. Calaxion. 3 mana for 7/2. Play that before you play this. Really. Like, seriously, play that before you play Draws Crocodile. It's just not even close. Moriok Rigger, 3 mana for 2/2. Whenever an artifact is put in a graveyard from play, you may put a +1 counter on Moriok Rigger. Cool. When an artifact dies, this gets a +1 counter. Okay. Find ways to sacrifice your artifacts for fun and profit. Again, Krark Clan Ironworks comes to mind because it wants you to sacrifice artifacts. Have artifacts that have come to play and leave play abilities. Even more fun is if they let's see here. Let's see the actual wording here. There we go. So, number right schematic. When it enters or is put in a graveyard, you make a construct. You make a 1/1 construct. Prize statue. Enters or put in a graveyard, you make a treasure. Servo schematic is basically another nimble right schematic. Threefold Thunderhulk. When it enters or attacks, you make a number of golems equal to its power. It enters with 3+1 counters, so it will enter and make 3 tokens. Moriok Rigger can look at all of those and go, nom nom. And what? 1, 2, 3 of them at least. 3 of them will turn around and give 3 different tokens that it can generate. No, sorry. 2 tokens that it can generate. No, wait. Enters or leaves. Enters, make a token. Enters, make a token. Leaves, make a token. Yeah, so 3. Make this leave. Eat this, eat this. So at least 3 of them you can get at least 3 bodies out of. All of which are like 2 mana. And all you need to do is have like some kind of sacrifice outlet. And I think Krark Clan Ironworks is 4, so the ideal situation is like have one of them come into play at 2. Drop the Rigger at 3. Casey Ion 4. Again, ideal situation. Sacrifice what it made. Sacrifice the original. Sacrifice the new creation. This is going to be a 5/5. And that's not even counting stuff that says, when this enters the battlefield, make multiple tokens. Or, you get stuff like Wormcoil Engine. When this dies, it splits into 2 halves. Or Triplicate Titan. When it dies, it splits into thirds. Have a sack outlet and eat them all. So, Moriok Rigger, the big thing to keep in mind about him is, yes, it can get really freaking big. Just keep in mind, it has no evasive abilities whatsoever. However, turn around going from a 3 from a 2/2 to a 5/5 in a single turn is not nothing. Lose hope. Again, the same kind of concern I had with Stand Firm. Hilariously, it's the exact same, like the exact opposite card. 1 white, instant, +1/+1, scry 2. 1 black, instant, -1/-1, scry 2. And I think, did the same person? Yeah, the same person did both, Matt Cavada. Oh. That was his spear. Oh well. But yeah, lose hope. My the problem with lose hope is there's better cards than that nowadays. For 1 mana, you can like sacrifice one of your. For 1 to 2 mana, you can sacrifice one of your somethings and draw 2 cards. And there's a lot of that effect nowadays. Just pass. Devouring Shadow. Used to be reasonable. It's since been kicked to the curb. Like, this is because what you were looking at for the longest time was you had Terror for 1 black, 1 other. Destroy target non-black, non-artifact creature. It can't be regenerated. Then Dark Banishing. 1 black, 2 other. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Now Devouring Shadow turns around. So in theory, it would be like black +3 for destroy target creature. It can't be regenerated. Well, they turn around, cut a mana off, and took 2 more mana and converted it into a black mana symbol. For that ability, you lose life equal to that creature's toughness. Okay, that's still quite reasonable. But unfortunately, it's been kicked to the curb because since then, we've had quite a few spells at 2 mana. Destroy a creature with some kind of something to it. Ultimate Price, go for the throat. Ultimate Price, go for the throat. Cast down your various edict effects, etc., etc. To the point where you are even starting to get like just outright destroy target creature at 2 mana. In fact, there. Fell. 1 black, 1 other as a sorcery. Destroy target creature. You probably these days could make it 1 black. Or sorry, you could probably go double black as an instant. Destroy target creature. The only reason they're not doing that is because they don't want murder to be power crept that strongly. But I mean, that or feed the swarm. You know, you can easily get 2 mana, destroy target creature as a sorcery with something else going on with it. Or just as is. But as an instant, Devouring Shadow is still fine. But I mean, 3 mana, you're commonly getting murder. You commonly get murder plus. Mephrodros Vampire. The first part here almost doesn't matter. Each creature you control is a vampire in addition to its other creature types. Is pretty much flavor text in most decks. And has. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, whenever this creature deals damage to a creature, put a +1 counter on this creature. So, this one deals damage to that, this gets a counter. Okay. Combo piece. What? Triskelion. Enters with 3 counters. Remove a +1 counter from this creature. Deals 1 damage to any target. Well, it deals damage to that. Make sure you hit a creature. Well, because it deals damage to a creature, this is going to get a +1 counter. So the counter you just spent comes back. Now add any effect that says if a counter would be put on one of your things, put an additional on. You know, even something as innocent as wanting Constrictor. If 1 or more counters would be put on artifact or creature control, that many +1 of each of those kinds of counters are put on that permanent instead. ID equal black. Sorry, ID colon black. Oh, still only the 1 card. Okay. With a void counter. Okay. Maybe it's a good thing there's no other cards that can increase that. Oh, yeah. Then you get proliferate. Anyway, that's another story. There's other ways to get extra counters in mono black. Anyway, yeah. Combo shenanigans. Yeah. If you add typically green to a deck like that, you're gonna end up with like a bunch of extra counters and just yeah. Endless Whispers. Choose target opponent. Put this creature card from its owner's graveyard onto. When this creature dies, choose target opponent. That player puts this card from its owner's graveyard onto the battlefield. Oh! Oh no! Each creature has. So basically, every creature's got an ability that says when it dies, it comes back and play under an opponent's control. Um, um, the only way to stop that from happening, I mean, apart from stopping creatures from dying, which has got a very specific meaning, and definitely specifically, you have to have the creature go into the graveyard from the battlefield. If it gets exiled instead, it never dies. So apart from an effect like that, you are looking at giving your opponents hexproof, at which point, oh no, if you can find a way to give your opponents hexproof, give them hexproof or shroud, your stuff will die and stay dead. Oh, their stuff is going to come to you because you're the only one that they can target. They can't target themselves because they have to target an opponent. So, if this person has a creature die, and they have hexproof, and they have hexproof, and they have hexproof, I'm the only legal target. Their stuff has to come to me. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, oh, that's disgusting. Oh. Whew. Desecration Elemental. 4 mana for an 8/8 with fear. I always thought this was like a neat, cool card. Uh, 4 mana for an 8/8 with fear. Whenever a player casts a spell, sack a creature. Well, first of all, play a bunch of creatures that don't mind being sacrificed in the first place. Second of all, um, play some kind of effect that restricts the ability of people to play spells in the first place. Um, oh, what do you call it? People were looking at it as Tron hate. Um, yeah, that narrows it down. What was it? Was it Void Mirror? No, not Void Mirror. Uh, no, not, no? Damping Sphere. Right. This was looked at Tron hate because it reduced the amount of mana that your Tron lands would produce down to a single mana each. Each spell a player casts costs 1 more to cast for each other spell that player has cast this turn. So in other words, if you've already cast 2 spells, your third spell is going to cost 2 more to cast. It doesn't counter the spell, it just makes them cost more. So, hey Krim, if you want to play stacks, dot dot dot. Wow. Yeah. So, 4 stuff to cost more to cast. And attack with an 8/8 that is harder to block. Can probably still be blocked by about half the creatures, but still. And then throw some, maybe have something up that, like Rule of Law, that says creatures can, or players can only attack. Players can only cast 1 spell a turn, but make their 1 spell cost a bunch more to cast. Plunge into Darkness. Oh yeah, Plunge into Darkness was Plunge into Darkness was kind of interesting. This tries to be like Demonic Tutor or Grim Tutor, depending on how you look at things, but it's an instant. So if I've got 5 creatures that I'm willing to sacrifice, I pay 3 mana. I sacrifice my 5 creatures. I gain 15 life because it's 3 for each. If I've got 20 life points, I am comfortable sacrificing before I cast Plunge. I can then pay 35 life, which means I'm going to be looking at, like, what is it? Pay any amount of life, then look at that many cards from the top of your library. Put one of those cards in your hand and exile the rest. That's going to be the scary part because you're exiling the rest. Oh. Oh no. Exile the rest. Well, crap. So there goes your Laboratory Maniac and um, Thassa's Oracle and whatnot as potential win conditions. You basically grab one of those, throw it onto the battlefield, having sacrificed as much other stuff as possible. Oh, if you happen to have not Thassa's Oracle, if you happen to have Laboratory Maniac in play, and you plunge into darkness at the end of your opponent's turn, having sacrificed a bunch of stuff, go down like a couple life points, and it's like, can anybody stop me? No? Okay, I win. Yeah, again, combo piece. Relentless Rats? Yeah. Again, this is the first card that I remember ever existing that allow you to play any number of them in your deck. It's 3 mana for 2/2. Can have any number of copies in your deck. Gets +1/+1 for each other card with the same name as this. And, yeah. Two of these in play makes them both 3/3s. Three of these in play, you've got 3/4/4s. You see where the math is going. Yeah, kind of silly. Arguably beaten by Rat Colony. Arguably. Thing with Rat Colony, though, is it doesn't get any toughness boost. Starts off as a 2/1 for 2, but only gets a a power boost, but gets a boost for each other rat. Relentless Rats gets them just from Relentless Rats, but gets power and toughness. So, debatable which way you want to go. Evan Drake, 3 mana for a 3/3 flyer. Whenever a player casts a spell, you lose 1 life. Again, you want the similar deck to Desecration Elemental. As far, like, back in the day, this was a reasonably aggressive creature because 3 mana for a 3/3 flyer is pretty good. But nowadays you've got, I mean, since then you even had like Vampire Nighthawk come out, which slightly harder to cast. Instead of 1 black plus 2, you get 2 black plus 1. It was only a 2/3, but it had Flying Lifelink and Death Touch. It was heavily loaded and just such a better card than the Ebon Drake. Yeah. And now, I mean, and this many years later, you should be able to get a 3/3 flyer for 3 mana with with benefits. Beacon of Unrest. Oh yeah, I mean the beacon cycle, they are all silly good. From because they do whatever it is they do, and then shuffle back into your deck rather than hitting the graveyard. Put target artifact or creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. You get to reanimate any artifact or creature from anybody's graveyard. And you go, thanks, that's mine now. and then you get, and then it shuffles back in. What? Yeah. Have fun with that. And then Knight's Whisper, plain, simple, easy. Pay 2 mana, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Shrug. Yeah. Um, you want an efficient draw spell in black? You play this. In fact, this was being played. I don't know if it still is, but back in the day, this was being played as something similar to Ancestral Recall, because it was 1 mana more than Ancestral, 1 card less. That's still a really good rate. That's 2 mana for 2 cards. The 2 life, when you start off at 20, 2 life is not that big a deal. When you start off at 40 life, it's even less. Red cards. um, Iron Barb Hellion, 5/4 haste, can't block. Uh, no, we've got better than that now. For 5 mana, you are getting a 5/5. I think it's a 5/5 trample haste. ID equal red, power equal 5, toughness equal 5, mana value is 5, mana 4. Oh yeah, charging monster stores with 5/5 trampo haste. What was it we're looking at? Just haste. You know what? Let's go O colon haste. What hasty boys do we got? Oh, the Centauran General, which is a 5/5 trampo haste with a battalion ability. And Lightning Shrieker, which is 5/5 flying trampo haste and shuffling it back into your deck. But most sensibly, charging monster store, 5/5 trampo haste for 5. This is a 5/4 haste for 6 that can't block. Which means if you're paying 6 mana, you should be getting better than that now. Kirk Clan Ogre. 2 green, 2 red, 3 other for a 3/3 ogre. Pay a red and sack an artifact. Target creature can't block this turn. The target creature can't block this turn is less relevant than the fact that you're sacking an artifact. So find the artifacts that you want to sack. Again, we'll go back to the, the number right schematic and servo schematic and whatever else. The card clan believe it's caught an ogre. The ogre believe he's caught 7 goblins. The ogre's probably right. Yeah, you are looking at this primarily as a sack outlet. Reign of Rust. This tries to be pillage at instant speed. Which, if you're looking for an instant speed pillage, I can kind of understand that. But then it's entwined, to get both effects. You're paying 9 mana. Just to blow up an artifact and a land? You might as well be doing 2 separate cards for that. Really, it's because blowing up an artifact at instant speed, historically, overcosted, but historically has been red +1. Blowing up land has been red +2. At instant speed, I don't know if you can blow up land at instant speed in red. Well, let me rephrase that. I know you can, but instant ID equal red. Volcanic Upheaval. 4 mana. 4 mana for destroy target land as an instant. Okay. 5, 6. That's this plus. Yeah, so you're spending 3 mana. You're basically spending Stone Rain as an additional cost to not spend an additional card. But that's also assuming you're basing it on Shatter. You then get options of replacing Shatter with things like Shenanigans. Yeah, just no. Just no. Not worth it. Granulate. This is the exact same as Shatterstorm. A does not hit artifact lands, which at that point I can understand because you probably yourself were playing enough artifact lands. Great Furnace comes to mind, for example. Mana value 4 or less. I will point out if you run Granulate and you actually get a Granulate off, you are going. So all the big stuff like Mirror Enforcer and whatnot stick around. But all the smaller stuff, including all the treasure tokens, clue tokens, and everything else, are going to suddenly go pop. So this is probably a lot more useful now than it used to be, you know, let's say 7 years or so ago. So I would say Granulate is fine now. I wouldn't say it's great, but I'd say it's fine. Krark Clan Engineers. Well, I jammed the what's it into the whackdoodle, but I think I broke the thingamajigger. So 4 mana for 2/2. Pay red and sack 2 artifacts, destroy target artifact. Again, you want enough artifacts that you're willing to sacrifice. Keep in mind that both artifacts have to be sacrificed at the same time. So you can't go, I sacrifice this, it makes a thing, and then I sacrifice the thing that it makes. No, you can't do that. But you're gonna find over the course of you'll find enough cards of this type. Sacrifice 2x to blow up a Y. Or sacrifice 2x to blow up an X. You have to be running enough artifacts, obviously, to make this worth your while. And you have to be willing to run enough artifacts that you're willing to sacrifice. But you are building knowing this is in your deck. You're not necessarily building around it, but you're building knowing it's in your deck. So you're choosing certain cards because this exists. I mean it's fine. Basically what you're looking for something like this is you're kind of like building a red aristocrats deck. Between stuff like that and Krark Clan Ogre, you're kind of looking at aristocrats. Goblin Brawler, there's better than this now. Red +2 for a 2/2 first striking Goblin Warrior that cannot be equipped. I mean, it doesn't mean he can't be enhanced. It just means you can't attach equipment to him. Does that mean you can activate it? You can activate an equip ability that targets Goblin Brawler, but the equipment will fail to move onto it. Yeah, okay. So you can certainly try, but it'll fail. But you can try. So maybe I take Goblin Brawler and make him one of my optional enchantables in my Squee Goblin Nabob or his Voltron deck. That works. Also, am I the only one that thinks he's holding a sandwich here? I don't think it was intended that way, but it looks like he's holding a sandwich. Anyway, but yeah, you want to make him better, you throw auras on him. Or you make him better by, he is a goblin, he is a warrior. Anything that that will pump the tribe um or the class. I should say the race or the class. Whatever. Uh Reversal of Fortune. Why learn hundreds of spells when you can learn only one and use it to steal hundreds? Target of opponent. So basically, this one looks at somebody's hand. You take an instant or sorcery that's in it and cast that for free. Well, I say for free. You've paid 6 mana for the Reversal of Fortune, but you're not paying the mana cost for the spell that you're copying. You're just paying the 6 mana instead. So if they've got a Demonic Tutor, you're paying 6 mana, but you're getting Demonic Tutor. And the card is still in their hand. Because you copy that card. And then you cast the copy. So, to be fair, if I'm looking at red and I'm paying 6 mana for Demonic Tutor, even though in black it's usually 4 and sometimes 5, if I'm looking at red, I kind of don't mind paying 6 mana. Because it's not an ability I generally get. Yeah. I've sketched out a deck based on partly triggered by, I'll just say the artwork on this card, and I'll leave the rest to your imagination. This was quite a few years ago, to be fair. That being said, red likes to copy. Red likes to copy stuff that's only got, a given lifespan. You're into red and you're into copying and you're into playing with instants and sorceries in that deck. Rather than, Kiki Jiki, for example. Yeah. Enjoy. Magma Giant. 7 mana for 5/5 when it enters. 2 damage to each creature and each player. Note, it does also hit itself. However, oh yeah, that was in Porto Second Age. Cool. So, if I'm playing this, I probably want to have something like a Chroma's Memorial out. It will also burninate yourself. So be aware of that. But if you've got, let's say, Chroma's Memorial out, relevantly here, gives all your creatures protection from red. None of your stuff gets burninated, and if you somehow manage to, I don't know, in response, give it Death Touch, then it blows up every other creature that's on the board and keeps yours alive. And then Chroma's Memorial also turns around. By the way, did I mention that Chroma's Memorial also gives haste and a few other things? Thunk! Yeah, enjoy that thought. Um, Screaming Fury. Rawr! 3 mana sorcery. Target creature gets +5/+0 and gains haste till end of turn. That is actually pretty good for like even though it's a sorcery. 3 mana, 5 power, and haste till end of turn. So I guess the way to think about this is like you throw it on, say, a 1/1. This is now a 6/1 hasty creature till end of turn. The haste by that point probably doesn't make as much difference. That 5 power is going to be huge. Now, obviously, because it's a sorcery, it means that you have to do this before you can declare attackers. That being said, being able to bypass the it's a sorcery bit is not hard. There's a few different ways around that. Most commonly, as an example, and I'm not saying you should do this, play blue, have Leyline of Singularity in play. Not Singularity, Leyline of Anticipation. Oh no. Cast this on Vivi. Vivi's going to go from a 0/3 to a 1/4 to a 6/4, which suddenly means that, oh look, it's a 6/4. I'm going to get 6 mana. I just spent 3. So I'm netting 3 mana. This I mean, to be fair, Vivi is kind of silly. But that in combination with Vivi, this is suddenly a ritual. Happens when you're granting more power than the spell costs to cast. Oops. Cosmic Larva. 3 mana for 7/6 trample. Beginning of your upkeep, sack unless you sack 2 lands. Okay. I mean, there's ways around there's ways around that. The easiest thing to do is just have something in play that removes all abilities from all creatures. You lose the trample, but now you've got a 3 mana 7/6. You've also simply got the ability of have it come into play as a Pandemonium card. Pandemonium, Cosmic Larva, comes into play, 7 damage there. Upkeep, KO second now. Because if that's the only thing you actually care about, okay, dies. Spark Elemental. Ball Lightning's little brother. 1 red for a 3/1 trample haste that you sack at the end of turn. This is like they keep trying to find ways to give us Lightning Bolt. This is one of the earliest ways they tried giving us Lightning Bolt before they actually reprinted Lightning Bolt in M11, I think it was. When did Lightning Bolt actually come back? It was in Standard a while ago. M10. Here we are. M10 they gave it to us. M11 they gave us to us. And then they have not given it to us. They have not given it to us in a normal set since M10. Or M11, rather. Why are you banned in historic? Literally, all you are is just you're a reasonably efficient removal spell. But yeah, they keep trying to find ways to give us Lightning Bolt. This is one of those times that they thought, you know what? Let's do it this way. And this has actually occasionally been playable. Um, I don't know how you make this working. Pardon me. I don't know how you make this work in Commander. Although there is the Spell Shaper that makes Spark Elemental tokens. I wonder. Named. Spark Spitter. Yeah, Spark Spitter. If you can find a way to untap Spark Spitter multiple times in the same turn and then just go, hey, by the way, here's like 6 Spark Elementals. Roar. To be fair, you'll have had to discard pretty much your entire hand, but still. Yeah, Spark Elemental? How do you make Spark Elemental legitimately work in Commander? I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. Um, for an aggressive deck, because here's the thing. For 2 mana, you can get a 3-power creature that's going to stick around. Even if you stick to mono red, I think you can get a 3-power creature that'll stick around. What am I looking at here? I'm looking at Boros. You. Visual spoiler. Yeah. There's at least a couple. I see 2 3/1s and a 4/3. Blood Rage Brawler really is going to be the kicker here. It's 2 mana for 4/3. When it enters, discard a card. Hilariously, if it's the last card in your hand, you don't have to discard anything because you don't have anything to discard, and it doesn't say there's a drop. It doesn't say what happens if you can't discard, so nothing happens. But yeah, Spark Elemental. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. In a format like Commander, I don't think it's enough. Uh, I will be back in a moment. Share stream. And boop. Alright. This has been over 5 hours. I'm going to have to go through this fairly quickly. Feedback Bolt, 5 mana. Damage target player or planeswalker equal number of artifacts you control. If you've got a bunch, the probably the best way to play this is if you've got a bunch of clue or more realistically treasure tokens or something similar. Yeah, you can just simply turn around, burninate an opponent for many lots. If you've got like a dozen tokens, that's like, hey, by the way, here's at least a dozen damage, because chances are you've got a couple of other random artifacts of some description floating around. So this can be a finisher for taking out a player. So not completely unreasonable, especially like I said, given how modern cards are built. There's a lot of treasure tokens, a lot of clue tokens, a lot of food tokens, a lot of like even lander tokens in Edge of Eternity, for example. A lot of cards that are artifacts, even though you might not expect them to necessarily be. You take a look at the template, it's like, oh, you're an artifact. I didn't know that. So, Feedback Bolt, probably a lot better than it looks. Beacon of Destruction, from what I've seen so far, probably the least exciting beacon. But again, shuffles back in. 5 mana, 5 damage to any target. Instant speed. Pretty good. Compare that to, Beacon of Unrest. 5 mana, reanimating any creature or artifact from any graveyard. Blue is 8 mana, taking the extra turn. White is doubling your life total, but, for 6 mana, but that one just gets silly. Ion Storm. So yeah, the red beacon is fine. I mean, I'm sitting there probably using it realistically as like, okay, kill that thing, shuffle back in, kill that thing, shuffle back in, kill that thing, shuffle back in, etc. Ion Storm. 3 mana enchantment, 1 red plus 2. Red plus 1 and remove a +1 counter or charge counter from a permanent you control. 2 damage to any target. So, I mean, I would say this is... I mean, the biggest concern about this card at all is having enough counters, but considering it only asks them to be on a permanent you control, not an artifact that you control or anything like that, and so getting enough +1 counters on your creatures should actually be relatively easy. That would be the simplest way to make this work. And then just simply, having the, popping them off and, like, shooting, like, take a look at the tri-scaling we looked at earlier. Triskelion only deals a single damage, but doesn't have an activation cost other than removing the counter. This is 2 mana in addition to that, but it's 2 damage. And now, of course, the question is the source relevant? And sometimes it is. Sometimes the fact that this is a red source or an enchantment versus a colorless artifact, sometimes that's also relevant. Also, if somebody's got an effect like Karn the Great Creator out, this gives you a way to bypass, like, you won't get the combo kill, but you will get Triskellion's counters able to come off it and being able to burninate your opponent. Or one of their creatures or whatever. Furnace Swap. What was the name of it? Oh yeah, Fledgling Dragon. Still love the flavor text on this card though. Fledgling Dragon, 2 red plus 2 for a 2/2 flyer. And as long as you've got, like, basically once you've got Threshold, this basically becomes a Shivan Dragon. Because it's a 2/2 flyer. This, it's the same mana cost. You don't have to worry about you won't get the size boost, but you don't have to worry about Threshold. But you do get the fire breathing. I would generally say that Fledgling Dragon is better, but this has the fire breathing built in, whereas the Fledgling Dragon has to have Threshold to get the fire breathing. So there is that. I would probably run the Fledgling Dragon first, but this is not a bad backup. Magma Jet. Honestly, no. I here's the funny thing. Based on the white and the black ones, I feel like they wanted this to be like a 1 mana instant to do 1 damage to any target and scry 2. I think they went with an extra mana and an extra damage. For a couple of reasons. Which, amongst other things, this also gave them, I think it's Spark Jolt that they eventually made that's like half the price and half the effect overall. It was like 1 red, 1 damage, and scry 1. Was it Spark Jolt? Yeah. um, the big reason why people had an interest in this card back in the day was it gave red library manipulation. You got to scry, which was kind of a big deal. It's a bit easier to draw cards and manipulate the deck in Commander in a mono red deck now. It's still not easy, but there are other cards that would play over this. Like, again, I generally do not like the idea of spending mana on, like, even in red, on spending mana on something that deals damage to creatures. when I can find cards that can kill creatures outright, even at common, and if I'm expanding beyond just common, which this was originally uncommon, like I've got stuff like Chaos Warp and I've got other similar effects that will, just get it off the board. So the big draw for me here is the fact that it scries. But again, not that big a deal anymore. And in fact, you can get, what are you called? Splinter Twin plus Humble Defector. Or Kiki Jiki plus Humble Defector. You combine the two, you end up with like, you know, uh, tap target, tap target permanent or tap two target permanents, draw two cards. Your opponent gets a tap token till end of turn. Okay. I will do that instead. Full Shock Sorcerer. I always liked Full Shock Sorcerer, but when you're looking at Commander, the ability to ping for one damage is not as big a deal anymore as as it would have been in like a 20 life format. So something like that, I would really like to combine with something like Basilisk Collar. Oh man, you put a Basilisk Collar or something of that nature on this, and you basically go tap destroy target creature. And you know, uh, sure you're looking at a two card combo, but a two card combo that can be done in mono red really efficiently. Uh, anything? Okay, Hunter's Blowgun would work. One to cast, two to equip. Okay, and then on your turn, you basically get to go tap, destroy target creature. And then you start looking at things like Gorgon Flail and Gorgon Head. And, other similar effects. And it's like, yeah, by the way. So, yeah, being able to turn the Volshock Sorcerer into tap destroy target creature. I wonder, does that touch affect battles? Any amount of damage deals to a creature. Probably. Mechanic Theft. Again, you're playing equipment. You're playing red. You're playing with stuff that's got a high equip cost. Like Colossal. I was gonna say Colossal Dreadnought. Uh, Colossus Hammer or Argentum Armor or something like that. Um, yeah, you probably want Magnetic Theft, especially if you can throw it on Icecrown Scepter. Mana Geyser, there's a reason I made this the thumbnail. Mana Geyser basically turns around and goes, oh, well, if everybody's got 4 lands and, everybody's got, say, 3 that are untapped, because everyone's holding up 1, and, you know, I've got 5 lands because I went first, or I've got a mana rock or whatever. Cool, 3, 6, 9. I'll turn my 5 mana into 9, no big deal. And that's a relatively weak Mana Geyser. It is not unheard of for Mana Geyser to hit like a dozen, 15 or more. Depends how late the game is. Alright. Green cards, pardon me. Viridian Scout. 4 mana for a 1/2. Wow, that seems weak. 3 mana and sack it. 2 damage to target creature with flying. Just no. Just it's so bad on so many levels. If it was like 2 green plus 2 and then just plain sacrifice it for 2 damage to a flyer, I could see that. I might not be thrilled about, but I could understand it. This, there's no reason to pay 4 mana for a 1/2 creature. Tojalad Life Breather. 5 mana for a 3/2. Green, tap, and sack a forest, regenerate target creature. Again, 5 mana for a 3/2. I think you could have got away without the tap. Like, any part of that activation, I probably could have seen my way past. But all 3 components just to regenerate a creature on a 5 mana 3/2, which, if it doesn't have any abilities, at that point, 5 mana you should be getting like a 4/4 or maybe even a 4/5. So, like, you're looking at something that's like half the size it should be. Yeah, just bad. Tyrnak, 6 mana for 5/4. Pay green plus 1 to swap toughness for power. Or sorry, power for toughness rather. Get smaller at the front end and a bigger butt. You know, funny thing about this is that, like, its power can get shrunk down into the negatives and just keep getting a bigger butt and a bigger butt and a bigger butt. If you've got a lot of mana and you're playing, again, going back to the toughness matters decks like Doran the Siege Terror and Arcades the Strategist and stuff like that, you don't care about the fact that this has got power of like minus, 37 or whatever. You care about the fact that this is suddenly, 41 toughness, because if they don't block, by the way, with a minus 37 power, sorry, that would have shrunk it by 37, that would have shrunk it by 42, so this would be a 46 power creature, or sorry, 46 toughness, and because it's going to have less than 4 power, or less than 3 power, less than 4 anyway. Escape Tunnel turns and goes, hey, by the way, you're unblockable. Deals combat damage based on its toughness. And you're playing green. The ability to generate as much mana as you want is... I mean, you rummage through your couch cushions, you find extra mana. Viridian Lower Bears. This I can understand a bit easier. 4 to cast for a 3/3 Elf Shaman. 4 tap, target creature gets +X till end of turn, where X is number of artifacts your opponents control. If each opponent has got, say, 3 artifacts, that means 4 tap, target creature's getting 9, +9/+9. So if it's even like a 1/1, suddenly it goes from a 1/1 to a 10/10. Like this, again, one of those cards that people got to be playing more. You're playing elves, you want another effect that's along lines of, is it Elfish Vanguard I'm thinking of? Get over here. You were a 3-drop or a 4-drop? Timberwatch Elf. You want another effect similar to Timberwatch Elf? Then, yeah, play Viridian Lorebearers. This is basically a very similar effect, except instead of being based on elves, it's based on the artifacts that your opponents control. It's going to be a very similar effect. Oof, Vandals. Oof. Yeah, I played this in my mono green control deck, basically as a counterspell of sorts. Yeah, it counters an activated ability from an artifact, and if the artifact is still on the battlefield, it blows it up. So if you have something that is similar to Volshock Sorcerer, but an artifact, you counter the ping ability, and then you also go, oh, and blow it up in the meantime. This also includes things like the equip ability, which is an activated ability. Just pointing that out for you guys. Ferocious Charge. Again, better cards in this nowadays. 3 mana, as an instant, you now should be getting at least +4/+4 and draw a card. Was it grow extra arms? So, grow extra arms basically says that you should be able to get +4/+4 for like a mana and a half. Not quite 2 mana, but almost. So Scry 2, is that worth a mana and a half? I mean, probably, but maybe not because you are in green and green skin. Green, basically, if it has card draw available and it's attached to a creature, it's usually fine to be reasonably costed and not like it's when the card draw is not attached to creature that it is not creature based that it's going to end up being charged more. You should be fine there. Yeah, this I don't think that's enough. Fangren Pathcutter, 6 mana for 4/6. Whenever it attacks, attacking creatures gain trample till end of turn. I mean, Here's the thing. You could play a card like Aggressive Mammoth, which is like 8 mana for an 8/8 that says creatures you control have trample. And that's fine. Realistically, trample is only relevant when you're attacking. It does nothing when you're defending. So if you want a less expensive, mana-wise, version of Aggressive Mammoth, just play this. Save yourself a couple mana. And this will give your creatures trample when it's relevant. The only time you want a card like Aggressive Mammoth instead, realistically, apart from the fact that it's an 8/8 versus a 4/6, is when you're looking at things like Audric or something else that cares about creatures sharing abilities. But this is less, well, Aggressive Mammoth will affect all your creatures, so here's the thing. If the Fangren Pathcutter doesn't attack, you don't get trample. Aggressive Mammoth gives it to all your creatures, so it doesn't have to attack. It can. It's an 8/8 trample in the process. Doesn't need to make sure your other guys get it. But there's other ways to give trample as well, like Brawn, for example, with a force in play. Brawn basically being the green trampling version of Anger, which grants haste in red. Tangle Asp. Whenever it blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, destroy that creature at the end of combat. Yeah, basically like a delayed death touch. But here's the funny thing about the Asp. The Asp does not need to deal combat damage. It just has to have ended up bumping into another creature during combat. Sylvok Explorer. This is, I want to say Exotic Orchard? Add 1 mana of any color land an opponent controls can produce. Add 1 mana of any color the land an opponent controls. Yeah, this is Exotic Orchard on a 1/1 human druid. Yeah. I get a 2 mana 1/1 creature, or I get a land. And they both have the exact identical ability. Yeah. Worth it. Tells you a lot of justice. 2 mana instant, destroy target artifact, scry 2. This is basically Shatter in green with scry 2 attached. Does that give you any idea of how bad Shatter is? When another color can get the same ability, but get a bonus something added onto it, which, again, Scry 2 is commonly assumed to be roughly equivalent to drawing a card. Yeah. That being said, I wouldn't play either of them. I would play something else that's more flexible. I would play Naturalize over this. I'd play Wilt over Naturalize. But yeah, if I want like destroy target artifact, I'm paying 2 mana. I might as well play something that does more than blow up an artifact. Tornado Elemental. 7 mana for a 6/6. Enters 6 damage to each flyer. You may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. I'm either going to hit whatever's in front of me, or I'm going to hit you. Haven't decided yet, but it's heading your direction. I'll let you decide what your blockers are, and then I'll decide how I want to deal combat damage. Yeah, this is one of them cards. It's going to get through. Yeah, did I put you Tornado Elemental? Yes, I did. It's not unblockable. It can be blocked. You can just choose that you're gonna, you know, your opponent's gonna take the damage or their creatures are gonna take the damage. All Sun's Dawn. 5 mana, 5 mana for a potentially 5 card regrowth effect. One for each of the 5 colors. Unfortunately, colourless does not count because, well, it says for each color, and, well, colourless is, surprise, surprise, lack of color. So you're not getting anything back there. But yeah, if you've got like a white card, a green card, and a black card in your graveyard and no other colors, you're getting back 3 cards, which is pretty good for 5 mana. I would even say that getting back 2 cards is probably fine. Hey, Yargle. Yargle, I have come to Bargle. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I mean, yes, but I see this and I'm like, if I'm getting back 2 cards, I'm not unhappy. If I'm getting more cards, great. But I feel like 2 cards, I'm okay, because that's like regrowth plus recollect. So, I'm kind of okay with that. I.e., you don't have to get all 5 back to feel like you've got benefit out of it. Joiner Adept. 2 mana for 2/1. Lands can tap for any color now. Okay. You see this kind of ability a lot. I would generally, for something like this, I would generally play, what do you call it? Dryad of the Listening Grove or similar effect first. If I am running an effect like this, I would start with Chromatic Lantern because it in of itself will tap for mana as well as giving this to my to the opposing, giving this to my creature or giving this to my islands. If you're thinking about playing it because it's an elf or a druid, why? Unless you're playing like 4 or 5 colors, it's not really worth it. Beacon of Cremation. 4 mana sorcery. Get a 1/1 insect for each forest you control, then shuffle it back in. Again, the beacons are really good. I have a couple of friends of mine who have built a deck around this kind of effect specifically. There's one that makes wolf tokens. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's like a 7-drop or something. couple other similar effects, and it just they just get nasty. Have I'm glad neither of them have decided to put something like um, coat of arms in the deck. Rude Awakening, 5 mana, untap all your lands, or turn your lands into 2/2s till end of turn. Entwine of 3. Eh. I don't think I. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's a common refrain I hear about from like a lot of people. It's like, oh my god, this card would have been so good if it was an instant. It's like, yeah, but that's true with like any sorcery. Like imagine taking Wrath of God, scratching out the word sorcery, making it instant. You know, or no. I mean like forget the cost increase. Just straight up Wrath of God at instant speed. 2 white plus 2 instant, destroy all creatures that can't be regenerated. Or Time Twister, it's the only piece of power that's legal as an instant. Or, you know, there's all sorts of things that people are like, yeah, but if this was an instant, and I'm like, yeah, but why? But why? But that being said, Rude Awakening, I'm I'm kind of meh on it. Like untapping all your lands, I don't feel like it should be. I don't feel like it should be. Um, I don't feel like untapping all your lands should be 5 mana. And till end of turn, making your lands 2/2s till you know. I'm like compare that to other effects that make stuff 2/2s anyway. I'm like neither of them really excite me. Like from either perspective. Like you've got three options: untap your lands, make your lands into 2/2s, which is usually like a 3 mana enchantment, I believe, or get both. And it all feels like it's yeah, I'm got something. The weather's it's finally decided to cool down enough where it's like the 20s during the daytime, and right now it's almost midnight and it's like 9 degrees out right now. Uh, Dawn's Reflection. Dawn's Reflection, on the other hand, I like because suddenly your land, like if you're the kind of person that's throwing enchantments on your lands to get extra mana, stuff along the lines of wild growth and whatnot. Yeah, Ley Druid or Arbor Elf or what have you. Or there's the one that's from there's this thing, which is really silly. It's the same cost as Ley Druid, slightly bigger, same 1/2 as opposed to 1/1. Same activated ability, same creature types. If you've got Threshold, you get to untap 3 lands. But yeah, Dawn's Reflection, like, yeah, if you're the kind of person who's throwing enchantments on lands to make your lands tap for more mana, this this is one of those things that if you're looking for enchantments that will generate more than just +1 mana, this can do a lot. Again, Corrosive Restore, Ley Druid, and all that jazz. Um, Arbor Elf, anything of that nature at all, will just eat this up and just love it. Rite of Passage. Whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, put a +1 counter on it. So it has to survive the damage. But if it survives the damage, yeah, exactly. It turns all your creatures basically into Fungusaur. Yeah, but there's always there's always ways around that. Um, Stuff like Renet can turn around, make your stuff, you know, uh, regenerate all your creatures. Um, there's Eldrazi Monument that can make your stuff indestructible, etc., etc. Or there's just make your creatures bigger for a couple of turns to the point where it's like, okay, now I can, like, if you can, uh, like something along the lines of block with fungus or giant growth it so it survives the damage. Then it gets a counter, and then do that again the next time you block. And by that point, it should be big enough that it can start blocking stuff and not have to worry about it dying. So, but incidentally, Rite of Passage with a fungus, like a Fungusaur with a Rite of Passage out, it's gonna start getting a little silly. It only has to survive one combat probably before it can actually start blocking stuff profitably. Um, but yeah. Oh, and then Eternal Witness. We all know about Eternal Witness. She comes in play, you get any card back from your graveyard to your hand. If you're looking at all Sunstone, you run Eternal Witness first. It's that simple. Yep, because it's always the best card in your graveyard. Alright. the the 9 cards that have a multicolor identity that are not themselves multicolored. Let's go through the bringers really quickly. So they're all 2 mana of the appropriate color plus 7 for 5/5 trample that you can pay 1 of each color rather than paying the regular mana cost. And all have at the beginning of your upkeep, triggered ability. Green Dawn, you get a 3/3 beast. White Dawn, get an artifact from your graveyard back into play. Red Dawn, untap a creature and gain control of it till end of turn with haste. Blue Dawn, you may draw 2. Black Dawn, you may pay 2 life. If you do, search your library and then put that card on top. And like all of these are really good. I would probably agree that the Green Dawn is the worst, but that's giving you a free creature every turn. White being able to reanimate an artifact every turn, like just imagine being able to reanimate something like Mindslaver every turn. Red, I'm going to steal one of your creatures and untap it and give it haste till end of turn. And then before the end of turn, obviously I sacrifice it. Blue Dawn, I'm going to draw a couple extra cards every turn, no big deal. Black Dawn, I'm going to basically Vampiric Tutor every turn, which is why there's that 2 life clause in there, and I'm putting the card on top. No big deal. Composite Golem, 6 cast for a 4/4. Sack it for 1 of every color. You're going to have a use for that somewhere. But you have to be playing all 5 colors. Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah, Yargle, trust me, I know about the Nim Death Mantle. Composite Golem Root. Because it sacks to make 5 mana. And its activate ability is only, its trigger is only 4. So it gets a little silly. Okay, no, it gets a lot silly. Channel the Suns, 4 mana as a ritual basically to generate 1 of all 5. Fist of Suns allows all your spells to be cast for 1 of each color. So basically, the ability that the Bringers had, Fist of Suns gives that to all your spells. So Fist of Suns, if you're already playing like Yargo wife doodle doot Yargo wife. Fist of Suns, yeah, if you're already hashtag stop that. Yeah, if you're already playing like if you're already playing a 5-color deck and you've already got a fair number of cards that cost, say 7 or more mana, put Fist of Suns in your deck. Just do it. Door to Nothingness. Door to Nothingness is kind of silly because, it's like, oh, you want to lose the game? What? You want to lose the game? The problem is, like, the activation cost is 2 mana of each color, tapping it and sacrificing the door. No. In fact, when I made my first Commander deck years and years ago, and my creature base was my, were planeswalkers, I had Progenitus as my general. And I tried figuring out, like, I don't think I ever cast Progenitus once. And if I can't even cast Progenitus, and I see Door of Nothingness, I'm like, for other people that might be a thing. Yeah, not for me. I'm never gonna succeed in it. Doesn't mean I can't try, but I'm not gonna succeed. Alright. And then, since it's almost midnight, let's just zip through quickly through a handful of artifacts. Okay. Synod Centurion. You want a relatively aggressive artifact creature? Play this. 4 mana for 4/4. If you got any other artifacts in play, yes, sticking around. It only gets blowed up when you have no other artifacts. That's going to take some effort if you're playing with a reasonable number of them. Baton of Courage. 3 mana with Flash and Sunburst, which means it enters with a charge counter for each color mana spent to cast it. Remove a charge counter to give it a creature +1/+1 till end of turn. Basically, you can spend 3 mana, 1 mana of each of 3 different colors, and spend them all at once to give a creature +3/+3 till end of turn. This tries to be Giant Growth. It's fine. Sawtooth Thresher. 6 mana with Sunburst because it's a creature. Like, the baton got charge counters because it was not a creature. This is a creature, so instead of getting charge counters, Sunburst gives it +1/+1 counters. It's slightly different depending on whether the card you're casting is a creature spell or a non-creature spell. The Sunburst cares about how many colors were spent, and then it'll the appropriate counter type on. No, actually, the Thresher is in the ground. These are like blades of grass, or, well, tall grass, but this is ground level down about here. No, that's crap behind it, I think. Not sure about that. But yeah, this is all like, these are just crap that are coming out of it, like hooks and whatever else. But yeah. So if you manage to Sunburst it for 5, you've got a 6 mana 1/1 that you can remove 2 counters twice to give it 4/4 till end of turn, which basically makes it a 5/5 till end of turn, or a 9/9 once. Not fond of it. I'd rather have these two. Chimeric Coils. Chimeric Coils kind of is trying to be Ball Lightning. When it cast, 1+X becomes an XX artifact creature sacrificed at the beginning of the next end step. So 1 to cast, and then if for its activation cost you put 5 into it, well, that's 1 plus 4 equals 5. So it'll be a 4/4 till end of turn. Oh, they power crept a lot of stuff, let's be honest. I'm I'm less than. I don't like the fact that this only stays around till end of turn. Thing is, I don't really see a. The only reason I can see for, like, if you set x equals 0, if you set x equals 0, then it'll become a 0/0 artifact creature and die right away. And if that does a station that if that does a station, see what you did, Yargo? If that does a thing that you're interested in, um, so a self-sacrificing artifact, yeah. If that is the thing that you're looking for, great. Um, the I th I think the biggest problem I see is the fact that, I could spend like 15 mana on X, and it would be a 15/15 creature. Or I could spend like 2 mana on X, and it would be a 2/2 creature. But it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have flying, it doesn't have trample, it doesn't first, it doesn't anything. Wasn't there a creature like this that you don't have to sack at the end of turn? I mean, probably. I mean, wasn't there a creature that? Yeah, those creatures do a lot of things. Heliophile. Sack. It deals damage equal to the number of charge. Oh, this is a damage artifact. This is not the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. This is one of those artifacts that you want to proliferate. What? Yeah. Because here's the thing. Those counters that you get from Sunburst, they're just charge counters or +1/+1 counters. Proliferate them and make them do more. Heliophile, if you proliferate it enough, get them up to like 10 counters, let's say. Pardon me. You get this up to like 10 counters, and then you go pay 2 and sacrifice the heliophile, and then suddenly it's, one target of your choice is taking 10 damage. I might, if I can find a deck that I'm playing that's actually got some kind of proliferate going on, I might even put this in my colorless control deck. Because, hilariously, like, it says it's colorless control, but I mean, how many ways do I have to produce colored mana? Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. Oh wow, nothing there. You may spend mana so many. Maybe. Boop. Huh. None of these. That's unusual. Because if if I go to my commons one, I get Felwardstone, Ornithopter Paradise, Springleaf Drum, um, 1, 2, 3. Gold Vein Pick, Prize Statue, Prime Blade, all generate gold or treasure tokens. Bonder's Ornament, Bronze Walrus, Lantern Revealing, Mana Geode, Network Terminal, all generate colored mana. Gateway Plaza generates as its primary way of producing mana, colored mana. Heapgate can filter it. Heapgate can also generate treasures. Plus a few other random hate tap for any color lands. So my mono brown commons only deck has got a bunch of ways of generating colored mana. My not commons only deck hasn't got any, which I find odd, but okay. Anyway, yeah. So this could go into my commons only deck, and if I had, because I didn't look, unfortunately, if I have any ways of doing like proliferation shenanigans, yeah. Anyway, Razorgrass Green. I always thought Razorgrass Green was kind of adorable because it's basically trying to be, um, it's almost like this is trying to be Savannah Lines. It's a 1 mana artifact creature that's a 2/1, but it has defender and it has to block each turn. And I look at this and I'm like, my brain wants to think it's like a colorless Savannah line, their attempt at making a colorless Savannah Lines as a wall. And again, if you're looking for defensive, if you're looking for defensive cards, Razorgrass Green is not terrible for 1 mana. Again, the Traproot Kami much better. But if you're not playing green, this actually has a not insignificant power to it, as in, the amount of damage it deals. Anodet Lurker, 5 mana for 3/3. That when it dies, gain 3. I think you can get that as a 4-drop nowadays. Peace Strider, I think it was. No, not Peace. What was the other Strider? Peace and... also started with a P. Pierce... no, that was a burn spell. Oh, they're both enter abilities. This is like Die's abilities. Alright, what were you? Is it life? Da-na-na-na. Is it life? Da-na-na-na. Bottle golems. Boop, boop. Bottle golems, guardian automaton. Both of them are 4 mana 3/3s that when they died you gain 3 life. Anadat Lurker is the exact same, but it's an extra mana. And Bottle Golems is the superior one regardless because it also gets trample. But it also came in a Modern Horizons set, so take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, Anadat Lurker. I'm running it in the deck I am because I have to. I'm trying to find ways for Izzet at common to gain life. Kinda have to. Opaline Bracers. This is just a size boost. That could potentially be, you know, +4/+4. Or, again, if you can proliferate, it could end up being so much more. Yeah. Like, out of the first 2 rows, I like the Centurion. The Baton is fine. The Heliophile I can see used for. The Screen I can see used for. The Lurker I can see used for. The Bracers, there's just better. Razormane Masticore. Trying to reprint, well, Masticore itself. Originally from Urza's Destiny, which was 4 to cast for a 4/4 artifact creature, upkeep of discarding a card. 2:1 damage target creature, 2:, regenerate. Razormane, 5 mana for 5/5. Instead of regeneration, it gets first strike. Has the same upkeep cost, sack unless you discard. At the beginning of your draw step, you may have this creature deal 3 damage to target creature. No activation costs, just triggers. Much better card. And, you know, and you can just go, hey, Zot, hey, Zot, hey, Zot. Once I had a janky deck with this, and cards like Squee and Fiery Temper. Oh, Yargo, you weren't here earlier. My Squee Goblin Nabob deck is actually almost done. Is it this one? Yeah. I've got like 6 more cards I need to finish this deck. This is my... yeah, a friend of... some people I know just call him Coffee Goblin. That is this one here. Squee Aura's Voltron. Mono red Voltron deck throwing auras on Squee. As many of them as I could find this possible could bring themselves back from the graveyard. And if they couldn't bring themselves back, they either had to draw a card or otherwise be, you know, fairly efficient. But yeah. Crown of Flames. Pay red before Squee dies to bring it back to hand. Draconic Destiny. When enchant creature dies, return Draconic Destiny to owner's hand. Escape Velocity has surprise escape. Fiery Mantle. When it's put in a graveyard from play, return Fiery Mantle to owner's hand. Get to Fire Breathing. Same returning ability of Crown of Flames does. Undying Rage. When it's put in a graveyard from the battlefield, return it to owner's hand. Unquenchable Fury. When it's put in a graveyard from the battlefield, return it to owner's hand. Yeah, and there's another one that came out since then that I have with my stack of cards. But yeah, I'm going to throw as many auras on Squee as I can. And, here's some extra enchantable creatures. And then stuff like, oh, I don't know, uh, a white bordered granite grip. I think mine is actually white bordered. Thunderous Might gives plus X power, where X is your devotion of red. My deck is mono red. Um, yeah, yeah, and yeah, yeah, no big deal. Anyway, um, yeah, so Razormane Masticore, again, you have to pitch a card to it every turn, but you're drawing a card, and if you're playing, these days, you're playing Commander, you should be drawing more than one card a turn. Razormane Masticore, you should be able to go, you should be able to have a card you can pitch every turn and still be ahead in card draw. 5/5 for strike is kind of a lot. Lunar Avenger, Sunburst. So here's the fun thing. It's a 7 mana 2/2. If you get all 5 counters on it, it's a 7/7. Cool. Remove a counter to give it either flying first strike or haste till end of turn. Yeah, I think I like the various, like Joda's Adventure and stuff like that instead. Argivian Adventure is a good one. Starts off as a 5/5. Yeah, it's not the 7 mana that bothers me. It's just the removing a counter to give a activated, to add an ability till end of turn. Argivian Avenger gets -1 till end of turn, which means it'll come back and get one of these abilities. You know, Urza's Adventure, similar idea. Flying first strike, trample, or banning. Flying. Wow. Flying first strike. Yeah. Spinal Parasite. 5 mana, Sunburst. Remove 2 counters from this to remove a counter from target permanent. And it starts off as a -1/-1. So basically, the way this is designed, if you max it out, you can activate it twice and then it dies. Because with 1 counter left, it's a 0/0. What? Yeah. Sounds right. Yep. Char Rumbler and Spinal Parasite. Yep. Future Sight. Yeah, I'm not counting that. That's only half accurate. Uh, yeah, and Skyreach Manta, I remember this was being handed out as a promo to people. Um, when Fifth Dawn was coming out, and it looked really cool. If you play this with 3 colors, you get a 3/3 flyer. You play it for 4 colors, you get a 4/4 flyer, which is reasonable. Because a 3/3 flyer, like a 3/3 flyer for 5 colorless mana, well, I shouldn't say 5 colorless mana, but the the problem is to make this any good. Like if you only cast it for 2 mana, like 2 colored mana, you're only getting a 2/2 flyer, which is pretty very unexciting. I think I will pass on the rest of that. And then, are there any lands in this site? I don't think so. Nope. Alright. Well, that is it. It is later than I expected it to be. Yep. Yeah. I've got to be hang out the door. I had to work in about 12 hours tomorrow, so I have to go to bed at something vaguely resembling a reasonable time. So, I will see you kids later. So long, and thanks for all the pastrami sandwiches, or whatever you want to call them. Okay. Good night.